am Kasasagi. Ooh, Sagi. Oh, shoot. Where's that coming from? Hold on. Oh, it's because I was on my Twitch page and not my creator dashboard. My bad. Well, that solves that problem. Alright. So, the first thing we're going to do, we have much to do, but first I need to do Eureka, because I'm really hoping to unlock my light kettle, but I don't think I do that at 21. Am I still being heard? Is there still an echo? No, I'm just being crazy. Okay. Let us see. Just the woman I was hoping to see. We've detected what I believe might be another magicite, although I cannot say so with confidence. You see, while there appears to be a confluence as before, the flow of the live stream does not seem to have been disrupted to the same degree as what we observed in Animos. It is less of an impediment to our objective of restoring the Aethernet to good working order, but it is an impediment nevertheless. Still, it gives me pause. Anyway, our readings indicate the confluence can be found somewhere in the cones, beyond the safety of our encampment, some distance to the southeast. Be careful out there, Kali. Southeast. Oh, fuck. I think I know where this one is. And I think I can grab it very quickly. But it is very dangerous. I was watching... You can't see the chat because I hide it because people are insane. There was a huge argument. So the nice thing about Eureka is that... This is loud on my end. The one nice thing about Eureka is that people are usually pretty good about waiting for everybody. It's the one thing that I like about Eureka. It's one of the things that I like about Eureka over Baja, which we will see eventually. Not this particular fate, but as an example, people will wait because fates are timed and they pop up between like an hour and 90 minutes, sometimes longer. People usually wait for everyone to get there because that's how you it's a good source of leveling up. It's good for treasure chest grinding. It's especially good for light farming, which we'll have to do eventually. So everyone usually tends to wait for everybody else. And then there's some super rare ones. There's a crab fight up there that drops a very rare belt that you can sell for about 12 million gil. At least at the time, the last time I was doing it, it was selling for 12 million. But it's a very rare drop. And so... we're dead, crab. Oh, we're so fucking dead. I can't believe I fell off. Oh no, oh no. I'm going deeper and deeper into hell. Please don't, please don't, please don't, please don't, please don't touch me. Oh my god. I think I'm screwed. If these guys catch me, I am definitely dead. My health is regenerating so slowly because I'm in combat. Please, Mr. Walrus. Oh, that was so scary. Okay. Please don't suddenly turn around weird. I forgot what I was talking about. I almost died. Oh, so there's a very rare crab over here. He spawns under certain conditions. It has to be foggy. You have to kill a bunch of little crabs. And he drops the belt that randomly can be put into your inventory. Someone early pulled him before people could get there. And it was a huge fucking argument. That's a huge dick move. People are rude. Let's avoid all these little molemen. Let's try this again. She said to the southeast. I really do sincerely think it's up here. I remember having to dodge ants. And these things. Excuse me. There it is. I can't believe I didn't die from falling off the cliff with monsters that are several levels higher than me. Well, a handful of levels higher. Although the crystal resembles magicite, it appears to be somewhat lacking in color compared to those you found in Animos. Moreover, it does not seem to be compatible with your Magia board. Alright, we're just gonna teleport back for safety. Oh, I think I know where this person that is dead is. They're right out here. They died to the drag. Oh, nobody can see what I'm talking about. They died to a dragon. And they said the dragon hit me on the way down. Oh, he got picked up. Okay. Then I will mind my own business. Can I start gathering light? Welcome back. I presume you found our confluence? Our readings indicate that you did. Or did someone else beat you to it? A depleted ethereal stream, and in the sacred earth another magicite. Then it was not obstructing the flow, but rather absorbing it until the stream ran dry? But that doesn't... If I may, Akali, I would take a closer look at that magicite. At a glance, it seems somewhat different, somewhat lacking compared to those you found before. I will need time to study this to determine if my suspicions are correct. Until then, I must ask you to be patient. You may continue the Eureka expedition upon reaching elemental level 23. Fuck. I was really hoping I continue my light farming. I did, it's not better than the staff they gave me. But I did finish the first part of it. It's so glowy. Some of these Animos weapons are really, really good, and some of them are just kind of like this. But I did it. I can actually start another one. I have so many of these stupid crystals. Alright. Q is waiting for us. We have main story to do. We have much to do. So I'm gonna hop in a chat with her. Uh-oh. Hello, hello, Miss Q.
Hello.
We will be doing our main story. I forgot to tell you that I was gonna do Eureka really quick. Gomenasar.
It's totes daijobs.
Totes daijobs. Daijobins, as they say. Alright. I actually need to do myself a favor and find out when the two patches split, because there's no achievement to let me know. Social friend list. Invite to party. Yeah, I need to figure that out really quickly. This quest is called 14 Soul Searching. Well, let's tell me what patch it was in. 4.5. Okay, excellent. I just have to be mindful of where we are in the quest. Alright, let's do this thing. Alize is at her wit's end.
I'm glad you've come, though I'm afraid there's little in the way of good news. After you left, we reached out to both the Alchemists Guild and Stillglade Fane and attempted all manner of treatments. But the results were always the same. Whatever the answer is, it's not alchemy or conjuring. Why did it have to be Y'shtola and Urianger and not me? Out of all of us, they are the ones who could feasibly have solved this puzzle. And Elfino's still missing. God, it's all going wrong. Where do we even start?
A grave situation indeed. Might I be of some assistance?
Kryle, I just saw you outside, in the snow in Eureka.
Kryle, I thought you were busy delving into the mysteries of Eureka.
When word reached me of the plight of our friends, I could not well stay away. As a fellow scion, not to mention your erstwhile mentor, this is one of those times you should feel free to call on me. regardless of my personal circumstances.
Yes, I should have thought of that. Thank you for coming, Kryle. We would welcome your insight.
And I should be happy to provide it. Now, what's this I hear about Alphino heading into Imperial territory? That boy always did have some funny ideas. Do you remember the speech he gave when he was accepted to the Studium?
My life's goal is naught less than the salvation of this star.
That particular grand pronouncement has been a source of great embarrassment to him, as you know. But the fact of the matter is, he meant every word and has lived his life accordingly.
Yes, he remains altruistic to a fault. But I'm worried he was too fixated on his goals to see the dangers, as has happened before.
You needn't be so concerned. Though his values remain the same, Alphino is not the blinkered boy he once was. Slowly but surely his eyes have been opened, thanks to a certain someone. A certain someone whom he'd be mortified to learn had heard about his little speech. Mum's the word, eh? Right, I'd better have a look at our patients. They're in the infirmary, I assume. I'll need absolute quiet, so it would be best if I did this alone. If you'll excuse me. All three are in fine physical health. At a glance, I would say they were merely sound asleep.
Thank you, Sprightly. I do my best every single day.
Except for the fact that I couldn't sense the slightest trace of them in their bodies. It's as if their souls have taken leave of their physical forms.
Ah, yes. The Elder Seedseer made a similar observation.
I've read the report. When you heard this mysterious voice, you described feeling as if you were somewhere else, yes? If we assume the ether which comprises your essence is being drawn to some other place, then it may be possible to follow the trail it leaves behind, just as we did in our search for Thancred.
I wasn't around for that, but I can't imagine it was easy.
Oh, it wasn't. But that's no reason not to try. I will have need of Master Matoya's crystal eye if I'm even to make the attempt. So I suggest we pay her a visit.
Miss Q, can you entertain chat for a hot second?
Hello, chat. I am here to entertain you.
For a hot second.
Do you want to step outside so people can see
Yeah.
me? That was so enthusiastic.
Sorry, I have to respond to something. Here, let's go outside so you can dance, clown.
What?
I'll even.
I have to orient myself so I can look at you, chat. Hello, chat. It is me. I am the Q, and I have been told to dance for your amusement. Hello, Q. How does it feel that Kryle is culturally appropriated cat ears in front of Casa? Yes, he does see you. I think Cryle is super cute. I love that coat so much, and I want to make it.
They have it in the
I-
store, but I don't know if the hood will work on you.
No, I mean like in real life.
Oh, in real
like
life.
cosplay. I kind of want to cosplay her, but I don't think I'm small enough.
Goes Namino and Cryo.
Yeah, I'm too lanky to do the Lalafell thing.
You should still make yourself a cute little kitty hood, though.
That's true. But I got real long bunny legs and real long bunny arms. Oh, is this your alpha that's out and about walking?
Yeah.
Very cute. A bun above the rest, that's right. I don't know what else to do to entertain chat.
Do you know where the kitchens are in Mordona?
Yeah.
They're upstairs. Go see if Alpha's there. I'm following you.
Alright, chat, we have to go find the kitchens.
They're upstairs.
Yes. Upstairs. Exactly how do we get up?
Left.
Oh, that's right, you have your wireless headset.
Straight ahead. Straight ahead. Nope. Back. Right.
I saw somebody
no.
else
Stop.
that had their...
It was. Oh, there they. They are there. Here he is. And Omega's on the counter.
Quinn.
They are here. Oh man, I thought I would just be like, maybe. There's such a small chance. They're watching the food get made. This is so cute. Look how much. I'm so happy they're here. That is so cute. He is so enthralled by the whipping. Little Omega's on the table.
Look at all these beans.
I know. What's Omega looking at? Oh, he's looking at the... I can only assume this is like flour or sugar or something. Ugh, how delightful. Alright, ready?
I'm ready.
To Master Matoya's cave. So we can tell her what happened to Y'shtola. Goodbye, Alpha. Oh, that is so cute that they... That is so cute and lucky that they were there.
Is this right?
Hmm?
Oh, yes, it is.
What?
I'm not used to it being nighttime.
Yeah. You know what?
What?
Rise with me, rise with me, rise on me. I can fly here.
Because you were forced to fly here.
Oh, that's right. I was forced to fly here. I forgot about that.
If it wasn't for Alexander, you would not fly
That's
here.
not true. I have flying in most of the Heavensward places. I have it in the Duranian Hinterlands, the Sea of Clouds, and the Western Highlands. Oh, so two
Well,
of them I
we got it in
went.
the
Two
Sea
of
of
those I
Clouds
went. Two
because
of
we
those I
thought
went and
we
got on my own.
needed
So I'm
it.
missing. the Four Lands and the Turning Mists. Oh, we had to be forced to the Sea of Clouds. I went and got the Western Coastlands all on my own. Let me talk to Cornell. Please do keep Alphino's little speech to yourself. He can be awfully sensitive at times. I've heard Master Matoya was something of a recluse, but this seems extreme. Still, I'll happily overlook her eccentricities, if she agrees to help us.
Come to disturb my peace again, have you? I hide myself away in a cave, and still you people insist on pestering me with your problems. Oh, I mistook you for young what's-his-name, but I see now you're the sister. Weren't you supposed to be the lively one? I've seen happier faces at a rain-sodden burial.
Well, I'm sorry to dash your expectations, but the situation isn't exactly conducive to gaiety.
Ha! That's more like it. Stoller used to spit and hiss like a wildcat too. Better for a young thing like you to be filled with fire and leave the doom and gloom to your elders. Now, what exactly does this tragic situation of yours have to do with me?
If I may, Master Matoya, we have need of your crystal eye once more.
We were just, I don't know if you were there for Friday's stream, but we were just, we had Master Matoya's cave.
Stoller is one of the afflicted, is she?
We had a Master Matoya and her crystal eye. We're in Final Fantasy I. She's actually one of the first people you run into. And the music is so fast. And so to hear like this sad ballad version of it, after like between Final Fantasy I and Final Fantasy XIV, is really good. It's really good how they did it.
Very well. She may be an ungrateful stray, but she's my ungrateful stray, and I'll not see her buried before I am.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Let us see what we can see. I'll begin from where our friends first fell, and cast my senses out from there.
What is it? Did you find them?
This doesn't make sense. How is it even possible?
How is what possible? Kryl, what did you see?
The threads, they just ended. And no, I didn't lose track of them. I followed them as far as they went. It's as if they were cut off.
Could their ether have dissipated if it had? Oh gods! Their bodies are just husks. It's like the Broodmother's daughter all over again.
No, this is different. The Kalyana girl was already dead, body and soul, when Lakshmi effected her resurrection.
Aye, let's not jump to conclusions. If their physical forms yet breathe and show no signs of wasting, then it follows that their souls must still be intact somewhere.
But where?
That's the question, isn't it, girl? Death has not taken them to the ethereal sea, yet there are no tracks left for us to follow.
We're no closer to an answer than when we started. But knowing their souls are still out there is progress of a sort. We just have to keep looking. Pray, excuse me a moment. Yes? I remember, but... What, to Alamigo? We're on our way. That was Lise. Apparently, a group of Populares have defected to Alamigo, and Maxima, the envoy Alphino left with, is one of them. I'm sorry. I realize we've barely begun here, but...
Go, child, go! You've made up your mind, and life's too short for dithering.
I'll do some digging in the meantime and see if there isn't some other method we could use to continue the search.
Let's be off then.
Oh, not again. The enchantment barely seems to take these days. I chalk it up to old age, but I rather doubt it's that simple.
Before they took ill, Y'shtola and Urianger were sharing notes on a thinning of the ether. It seems to be happening all over.
Does it now? And here I was, all set to blame my woes on that creaking mountain of refuse clogging up the Thaliac.
Oh, Alexander.
I fear something has gone awry. Still, there's naught to be gained from starting in shadows. You can only do what can be done, and that but one thing at a time.
That she's lived here so long, and she's like, that pile of garbage? That I refuse to do anything about? So, that was the woman who tamed Y'shtola. I had a distant feeling of being grabbed by the scruff of the neck and having the nonsense shaken out of me. When Alphino is back, I'd like to visit again and ask her what tales she has of grandfather. I'm sorry I couldn't do more. I've never seen a soul's thread end so abruptly before. The news from Alamigo has left Alice in a state of nervous excitement. I almost can't bear to hear what Maxima has to tell us, but it can't be bad news, can it? Lise would have said so. Unless... there's no point in speculating. Lise said she'd notified the guards of our coming, so we should head straight to the palace gates in the Alamigan Quarter. I'll be praying for good news. Learn what you can about Alphino's plight, and leave the search for our friend's lost soul to me. Alamigo. I got you.
I probably should have carried you through this wretched place.
It's okay. This hive of scum and villainy. There's a a lot of people here. Like enough, certain amount of people. Greetings, Scions. The commander told me to expect you. Shall I show you in? Yes. I need to keep track of the quests we're doing. So we are on the Defector's Tidings. Excellent. It's very bold of his man to walk right back into Alamigo. Also, they were in the east. They came a ways.
I'm sorry to drag you halfway across the realm, but when Maxima mentioned Alphino, I thought you'd want to hear the news in person.
Ah, we meet again. Though I was hoping our reunion would be under more auspicious circumstances.
What happened to my brother? Where is Alphino?
Jesus, Elise.
Never fear, my lady. Your brother was in fine health when I took my leave of him, and I have no reason to assume that has changed.
You assume?
If you will allow me, I shall endeavor to explain events. Our troubles began not long after we departed Doma. While crossing the burn, we were fired upon by the Emperor's personal guard and forced to make an emergency landing. As we stumbled from the wreckage, our attackers fell upon us again, and we would have perished there and then were it not for the intercession of a third party, a band of mercenaries whose leader claimed to pursue a vendetta against the Ascians. This Shadow Hunter, as he styled himself, then escorted us out of the wastes to relative safety.
I have a very important question for you, Q.
Yes.
You didn't Google who Shadowhunter was, did you?
No.
Okay, good. Because you did that for, who is edgier? I don't know. They're both pretty bad. I think Estinian's more aloof, but Shadowhunter is just, like... He's unnecessarily edgy.
Upon arriving back in civilization, I gathered my Populares colleagues and prepared to flee the Empire. Master Alphino, however, declined the invitation to join us, preferring to continue his investigation into the Ascian threat.
Well, at least he's not lying in a heap in the burn. Tell us more about these Ascian hunters. Who are they? And is Alphino still with them?
He is. As to who they are, I'm afraid I have nothing to tell you. Beyond the fact that they root out and destroy Ascians, they were unwilling to divulge anything which might serve to identify them. They would not even reveal their next destination. But Master Alphino asked to accompany them all the same. Since parting company with your brother, we've been engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the Emperor's guard. We made our way through province after province, finding the army busy restoring order wherever we went, until we finally arrived here in Alamigo. I cannot thank Commander Aldin enough for giving us such an unexpectedly warm welcome.
I'm not inclined to turn away refugees, no matter which land they call home. And if they can tell me how things lie in Garlemald, all the better.
On that subject, there is much I would tell you. During the course of our journey, we heard tales that an entire rebel army had been slaughtered in the space of a single night. It would seem my former comrades grew tired of putting down uprisings in the conventional manner, and chose instead to bring a formidable new weapon to bear. Details were sparse, but the rumor alone was enough to dampen the flames of rebellion. I have also heard reports that several companies have withdrawn from their designated provinces and begun marching westward. It is my assessment that the Empire's forces are mobilizing for a large-scale military engagement.
Westward? You mean they're getting ready to invade Alamigo?
We knew this was coming, but not that it would be so soon.
We've barely even begun to shore up our defenses. They won't stop an invading army.
No, they won't. Dispatch messengers to the Alliance leadership requesting reinforcements, and send word to our officers in the field to hasten completion of those border fortifications. Prepare to meet the Imperials head on! No matter how quickly we act, we still want for time. When the enemy comes into view, our best recourse will be to open negotiations with their commander, and see that the ensuing proceedings take as long as possible.
Would you and Alize head to Doma and let Lord Hier know about this? I'm sure he'll want to hear about Alphino too.
Consider it done. We'll send word when...
Untold sorrow must be changed. Ahead looms a calamity. Eon become instant. Throw wide the gates.
You heard it too. Well, at least we're both still standing.
Oh, thank the gods. I thought we'd lost you for a moment there. Why does this keep happening?
I wish I knew. Nothing we've tried has brought us any closer to an answer. We'll keep working on it. But first, we need to go and see Lord Hien.
So Alphino is safe, for the present at least. Now all we need to worry about is the full-scale Imperial invasion. I'm actually glad these test us with visiting Lord Hien. Better to be dashing from place to place than sitting around stewing over things we can't change. To the Enclave! Oh yeah, I should do Enclave stuff while I am in the Enclave.
We met Shadowhunter before?
We have.
Okay.
He is a character we have met. Dome Enclave stuff first. Go
Over here.
I need to do that. Where is the donation box? Oh,
Over here.
I'm figuring it out. It's an absolute mess. On behalf of the Shenzai Kai Akali, I thank you for your support. Work on the yard has begun in earnest. As you may have noticed, it will encompass a rather large section of the Enclave, including the area directly behind me. You see, after deliberation, the Shenkai concluded that we would need to secure much more space for this plan to succeed, far in excess of what we designated for the 10,000 stalls. This might not have been the case had we not decided to carry out two proposals that are arguably at cross purposes, but so be it. At the very least, I am told Master Tsunaruki is in high spirits. Perhaps you might consider calling on him and seeing the workers' progress? Do you need money? Or do you need stuff to give them?
No, I've already seen the next thing. I think.
Are you ahead of me in this?
Maybe.
That would be a stream.
A lot of my stuff is market fitted, but it still sells.
Mm-hmm.
So I just shove it in the donation box. Very slowly. Like 6 at a time.
You probably do have a lot of stuff. There's the warrior. Heard the good word? The Shinzonkai has put their plans into motion. I will have my smithy once more. Never dared I dream this day would come. Doma burned, Lord Kyan died, all because we were fools, and never again would I be a fool. But then you and that boy, and Ise and the girl, least you spoke sense. Better to risk death than as a fool than suffer a life without dreams. Bah! What is this blubbering which consumes me? Enough! Let us speak of the work. That is what matters, aye? The carpenters have claimed the site for their own. My blood may run with iron, but even I know Doma wants for lumber, so with wood we began. Blessed are we to live in the mouth of the one river, in such a humid clime. There are few teachers better than rotten rust. And here will be my smithy, a home for forge and anvil, but not yet, not yet. Much iron lies beneath Doma's soil, waiting to be claimed, waiting to be shaped. All that we need she provides, water, wood, ore. The materials are ours to command, to forge into tools for farmers, cooks, for all. Or so it once was. Imperial robbers and snake thieves stole much of our mineral wealth. For the Empire. Pah! To other provinces they would send Doma's riches, and in return receive their refuse. Rusted pots, broken plows. A travesty it was, and still is. Still we rely on inferior tools forced upon us by conquerors, but no longer. Doma knows what Doma needs, and she will make it her own, with her own two hands. To this end I will give everything, I swear, but I should like to see it before I die, and to that end we will need your help. Construction of the yard is proceeding apace, and Tsurunuki is confident that he will soon have the means to craft a wide variety of tools to fulfill the needs of the people of Doma. As you continue to contribute to the Shenzonkai and the reconstruction effort, in what other ways might the Doman Enclave grow and change?
I have not seen that part, and you are ahead of me.
Yeah, I thought so. I think there was a whole week that you didn't do it. Because you were like...
the last thing I saw was the food stall with the toasted buns.
Mm. Yeah, I think you're a week behind then. But that's okay. Oh, I need to split this. I think 10. Yeah, 10 might be good. 10? A little over, but whatever. Yeah. On behalf of the Shenzonkai Akali, I thank you for your support. I am pleased to inform you that we have made great strides in our efforts to rebuild the Enclave. That man is still sawing that log. He'll get it one day. Owing to your many contributions, the yard has seen further development. As you continue to contribute to the Shenzonkai and the reconstruction effort, in what other ways might the Doman Enclave grow and change? Alright, time to talk.
Other way.
Oh, woo! I see you have tidings for Lord Hien. May I show you in?
Oh my god.
Oh, there are a lot of people in here. Oh, that's right. Tensui! Hello. 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 Hello, hello. Tensui. It's me. The Imperials have enjoyed the freedom of the Ruby Sea for long enough. 'Tis time they paid their dues. We of the Blue Kojin will not submit to the Empire's tyranny. If only our red brethren would awaken to their folly. After the humbling at your hands, Magnite and his Ornor have spent every waking moment upon the training fields. Defeat does not sit well with the sun and his children. I come to represent the lands of Nanxia. Long have we struggled in the defiance of the Empire, waiting for just such an opportunity as this alliance presents. Dalmascan! The fall of Rabanastre was not the end of our nation. We who survived retreated underground and have been gathering strength to mount a counter-offensive. Dalmasca will rise again. Alone, Doma could accomplish little against the Empire, but in concert with the allies who have gathered here today, we might do much. Akali, you have arrived in time to witness the beginnings of our new alliance. Our proposal struck a chord with many of our neighbors, I am pleased to say. Greetings, my friends. I was just discussing future endeavors with the members of our newly formed alliance. The Kojin and his confederacy you already know, and it was your own strength of arms that won us the cooperation of the steppe tribes. We have also been joined by our neighbors from Nagsha and the indomitable citizens of Dalmasca, though the scattered nature of the latter's resistance will somewhat delay their official induction. These proud peoples have united under a single purpose, to stand against the tyranny of the Garlean Empire. I am glad to see your alliance is coming together so swiftly. As things stand, I fear we shall soon have need of your strength. I thank you for bringing me news of Alphino. His fate is never far from my thoughts, not only because he is our emissary. As for the sudden deployment of Imperial forces, I agree that Alamigo would be wise to shore up its borders with all haste. Every report we receive from our shinobi indicates a massing of troops in the western provinces. It seems all but certain that the Empire is poised to bring its fist down upon Eorzea. And I would help deflect that blow, but I cannot risk sending reinforcements just yet. We'll remain vulnerable to airborne assault until our wall in the burn is in place. The all-important Alagon energy barrier. Yes, the energy barrier. I thought to call it something more auspicious, a name drawn from the four lords of legend. Perhaps Serius Aegeus, or some such. Well, just a thought. The Ironworks engineers report that they have finished calibrating the generators and are already ready to proceed to the testing stage. Have you time to attend the first test? You've seen the field with which protected Azizla firsthand, and I would be interested to hear how you think ours compares. I will come too if you don't mind, though I am no Y'shtola. I may be able to offer some insight. Of course. Time being of the essence, it would be best if we made directly for the burn. Yagiri, I will leave you and Hakuro to bring the war council to a close. Understood. Your mounts are saddled and ready, my lord. Wear the storms. You are going to want the Lagman. And I'm going to want the Pampan, whatever that is. As expected, Suino Sato failed to answer the call. Not that I blame the Ruby Princess. Enlightened as she is reputed to be, it could be no easy task persuading her people to relinquish their long-held isolation. Oops, sorry. You obviously have some idea what to expect, having seen the barrier at Azizla, but having not had that pleasure myself, I'm exceedingly curious to see a wall capable of keeping out one of those massive Imperial airships. Hien is eager to see the energy barrier in action. We will cross the burn by Yol and Felkin as before. Join me at the overlook near the House of the Fierce. I need to keep track of all of this. Goodbye, Tansui. Oh, House of the Fierce. I will just teleport there.
Hold on, I'm on my way. I'm here.
It's just
You
a
don't
short
have to
walk.
run.
It's a short walk. They're just up here.
Are they?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Like, they are literally right there. Give the word when you are ready to take wing.
It seems the engineers have matters well in hand. Should the barrier work as we intend, Doma will be free to reinforce her allies in Alamigo without fear of weakening her own borders. Honored friends, the time has come to put your hard work to the test. Start the generator.
God darn wall.
Node 1 is operational. Nodes 2 to 8 are reporting similar energy levels. The barrier is forming.
Thank you, Thancred. I hear his voice everywhere now, and I'm like, whenever he's gone for a while,
2,000.
he always voices an NPC
Expansion remains smooth. No fluctuations detected.
and doesn't change his voice at all. So I'm just like, what's up, Thancred? Ironworks engineer today? Master Spy.
5,000. Target altitude reached. The barrier is holding steady at 5,000 yards. We've done it.
Is that an Imperial airship? Of all the rotten timing.
But this is a gift, Mistress Alize. They can test our new wall for us.
These Garlands are in for a Aw, jeez.
Seems solid enough, though I was hoping for
Aw,
a
dang.
fireball.
By the gods. It's Alphino. What are you? Let me go! He has my brother!
Lower the barrier!
He didn't want you to get fried like a fly in a fucking... like a fly in a bug zapper.
Be at ease, girl. The lad is not dead, merely locked in slumber.
No, not him too.
Constantly and without fail.
We could identify no cause and found no remedy. Thus I sought to return him to Doma, and into the arms of Lord Hien himself, it would seem. It is a day for fated reunions. Would you not agree, adventurer? Or should I address you as the Warrior of Light?
Gaius Van Belsar.
I, Gaius Van Belsar, the Black Wolf.
Such
That was
revelation.
the title I was given. One I have long since relinquished.
I dare to ask Carly, do you know who Gaius Van Belsar is?
Yeah.
Okay.
I know that man.
What?
I said, yes, I know that man.
Okay.
It also said the Black Wolf, and I'm like, ah, I know that one.
Okay, you knew the Black Wolf though.
I don't know these Garlean names.
Stand down.
3 names is too many.
The legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion died in Castrum Meridianum. I am no more than Gaius Belsar, a man without rank or allegiance.
Impossible. There's no way you could have survived.
Do you remember how it unfolded? How I was deceived by La Habrea? How I was convinced that reviving the Ultima weapon would allow me to bring peace to Eorzea?
I guess we could phrase it like that.
The Ascian used me, as he used so many others, all to further the restoration of his wretched god. Yet even with the might of Alec at my command, you bested me. And as the Praetorium went up in flames, I was content to burn along with it. For a moment at least. A moment of folly. To surrender my life thus would have been to betray all who died for my cause. It was for them that I dragged myself free of the rubble, and swore vengeance on the Ascians. The Black Wolf has shed his pelt, never to return to Garlemald or her legions. I live now only to exact revenge.
He's actually, funny enough, in a very similar position to Nero, who also cannot return home because the 14th Legion acted against the orders of Empire Solus, who did not want Eorzea to be attacked. He was also sick. He was also dying. He was also in need of picking an heir. None of that of which he did not do. But he specifically told the 14th Legion not to attack Eorzea. Habrea came and was like, "Hey, you want to attack Eorzea?" And he was like, "Yeah, actually, I do." And so anyone who was part of that and went back to Garlemald would be executed. Specifically the leaders. So Gaius Van Belsar, Nero, who was second in command, Livia, and whatever that other guy's name was. So he... it's all fine and well for him to be like, I shall never return. You can't actually go back. You will be killed.
My principal quarry was to be La Habrea, whom I gather you have since ushered onto oblivion. But so many more remain. Long as their kind lurked in the shadows, laboring to sow chaos throughout our world, I would see each and every one dragged into the light and put to the sword. Are the Scions not of like mind?
In this single respect, perhaps.
Then I shall continue the partnership the boy began, and share what intelligence I have acquired. Among the Ascians, the Black-Masked Ilk are subordinate to those who wear red. This you already know.
So a very quick Ascian lesson while we are looking at these two masks in particular. The Ascians are based off of the Final Fantasy XII. They're like an Easter egg. The Final Fantasy XII, I believe they're called Esters. They're like the summons. Final Fantasy 12. So they're each based off of, the Espers. Each, based off of those. And all those 12 Espers, because Final Fantasy 12 deals with tactics and the Zodiac, are all based off of the Zodiacs. So you will notice that if you remember, Nebrialis, his mask was kind of scorpion-like. It had all the different slits for eyes. Because Nebrialis is the Scorpio in the Zodiac. Who else have we seen? La Habrea. La Habrea's mask doesn't really match, because he is the fish. Elidibus is special. He's been added to the thing. But this is the mask of like a lion, which would be the Asian Fandaniel, who is Leo. I don't know who this one fucking is though. It doesn't really represent an animal, but that's a fun little fact. Then he has Fandaniel's mask. Allegedly. We can only assume.
Yet among the Red there exists a hierarchy. Those set adrift with the shards clearly stand below those still joined to the source. Nebriales, who once dared to intrude upon the Rising Stones, belonged to the former group, and while he was indeed a dangerous foe, his powers were inconsequential next to the paragons of the Source. The first was La Habrea, who plagues us no more. There is also the white-robed Elidibus, and the elusive Emmett Selk, about whom little is known.
We have files on La Habrea and Elidibus, but I believe this Emmett Selk is new to us? As I assume my brother told you, we have evidence to suggest that an Ascian now walks in the body of the Crown Prince. Have you identified this interloper?
Elidibus seems the most likely culprit. As emissary, it is his role to maintain the equilibrium between darkness and light. Your many deeds in Heidelind's name have upset the balance, and I believe he seeks to restore it by throwing his considerable power behind the Empire. As a leader of the Ascians, he is one of our primary targets. It was on the trail of this very prey that the boy and I came across the scene of a failed uprising. In the absence of a single Garlean casualty, we inspected the bodies of the rebels, and the lack of any external injury drew my immediate attention. They had been slain by Black Rose, an alchemical invention of the Imperial Army. When I yet served as legatus, I ordered its production halted, and all stockpiles destroyed. Toxic gas is not a tool of conquest, but of extermination.
Toxic gas? This must be the new weapon Maxima warned us about. Something deadly enough to sweep away all resistance in a matter of hours. Gods. You don't think they're planning to use this in Alamigo, do you?
Put your fears to rest. We infiltrated the production facility and destroyed all existing stores of the chemical along with the plant itself. Even should they rebuild the operation, they will not soon manufacture another batch. Regardless, I would draw your attention to a directive we discovered in the plant's records. The document was marked with a recent date and authorized with the signature of one Zeno Ciegalvus.
A dead man signing the death warrant for thousands. 'Tis bad comedy.
I also haven't heard that song in forever.
But the tale does not end there. Within that same facility was a chamber filled with devices of elegant design.
cloning technology, we realized. And what should we find in each and every incubator? But a young Emperor Solus. All of which prompts the question, were the Ascians responsible for these abominations, or was it the will of the Emperor? I must know which hand guides the Empire. Though I have given up my rank, I am yet a son of Garlemald, and I will fight for the future of my homeland. It is time I return to the hunting of shadows. We should focus on our common foe. To reopen old quarrels now would serve no purpose.
You saved my brother's life, so I'm willing to let sleeping dogs lie. But in truth, it's not my decision to make.
Don't know why we would fight this dude right now. We let Nero walk around constantly. You're right, there are more important matters at hand.
There was a time when I scorned those who placed their faith in false gods, even as I, in my blinkered conviction, place mine in Ascian promises. Unlike yours, my strength of will and my restraint was found wanting. We shall meet again, warrior of light.
We unfortunately will. In the worst side story of the game.
So that was the infamous Black Wolf. An unexpected ally, to say the least. Well, I am content to leave the fine-tuning of the barrier to cleverer minds. Let us bid our friends from the Ironworks farewell, and see what can be done for Alphino back in Dorma.
What uncanny timing that Master Alphino should be returned to us just as we were testing the barrier. I only hope a cure can be found for his malady. Otherwise, the War Council has ended in unanimous agreement. To forestall the Empire's expansion plans in this region, our allies are willing to send troops to fight in Eorzea. Alphino is safely ensconced in a private chamber. My finest healer is examining him as we speak. I've spoken with the physician, and there are no outward signs of illness. Alphino is lost in the sleep from which he cannot be awoken, just like the others. It seems that even the lands of the Empire were not far enough away to escape that cursed voice. I share your frustration, Alisaie, I do, but Alphino is returned to us alive and otherwise unharmed. All that remains is to find the means to wake him. Until then, you can but fulfill your duties as a scion, yours and your brother's both. You're right, of course. There are arrangements to be made, and little time to make them. To business then, my lord. Now that we know that Serio's wall works as intended, can we expect reinforcements for Alamigo? You most certainly can. As promised, we will send troops to bolster our allies in Eorzea without delay. Pray be aware, however, that they will not arrive without delay. Save for some few who boast teleportation magics, the bulk of our force must be transported by sea, a lengthy voyage for which the smaller vessels favored by the Confederacy are ill-equipped. Accordingly, I mean to enlist the assistance of the East Allerton Trading Company in finding suitable ships. As for navigating the distances in question, we are in the happy position of being able to call upon those who plotted the course of my people's exodus to Eorzea. Beyond the procurement of ships, I think it unlikely that our Eastern Alnard friends will consent to any involvement in military operations, but I am certain they will afford Alphino a berth aboard one of their vessels. I shall have a Shurigan accompany him every ilm of the way to the Rising Stones. You have my thanks, Lord Hien. Yuguri, I will go on ahead with our friends to El Amigo. Enlist all those capable of teleportation and put them in the disposal of the Eorzean Alliance as soon as possible. They will form the vanguard. Yes, my lord. This is exactly what we'd hoped for. Lys and the Alliance leaders will be glad indeed to welcome the combined strength of the East.
Our supplies of Black Rose have been ruined, but the new plant is already under construction. We should have the first batch ready in time for the offensive, Your Radiance. See that you do.
Ah, yes, the infamous Black Rose. If I recall correctly, Gaius did not much care for the invention. A ruthless and indiscriminate weapon indeed, this airborne poison. It seems you are capable of making decisions worthy of your bloodline.
With no gift for sorcery, we Garleans must look to Magitech to even the odds. If it spares the needless deaths of our soldiers and serves the cause of this empire, there is no method I would not employ.
How very noble of you. Truly, though, I must commend you for embracing your role as Emperor. You play the part of the determined ruler well. Sometimes even I catch myself believing.
That delayed. Well, well.
A silent agent of death. Now that I think on it, Black Rose may well possess the perfect aspect. Slowly but surely, the deluge of light has worked upon the ether here in the source, and the gas should be most susceptible to its influence. Well, I shall leave you to your own devices. Go forth and bloody the land with your grand and glorious war.
While you do what, precisely?
Need you ask? I will be doing what all Asians do.
Scheming.
I am well aware that your kind exists only to usher in the next calamity. But you seem oblivious to the harm your singular agenda causes to the Empire. You cannot have forgotten the events which followed your mortal demise. Our homeland was plunged into a civil war for your failure to name a successor. The edifice you so carefully constructed was but a hair's breadth from collapse.
It's because he hisses every word he says. Collapse.
Are you truly so naive? You thought me oblivious to the consequences of a departure so painstakingly timed?
It was by design?
Well, of course it was. Though I will admit the resulting panic exceeded even my wildest expectations. But how can you be surprised? Throwing the world into disarray was the very purpose for which this nation was, as you say, so carefully constructed.
I think he's a liar about this. And I'll explain why another time.
Now, if you have no further questions, I must be on my way.
I guess I can talk about it now.
Since we may not meet again in this lifetime, it would be remiss of me not to offer a word or two of gratitude. I really must thank you for this surplus of vessels. I can mold any host into my own image, but having bodies tailor-made for me in this fashion is so much less tiresome. You dabbled in Allagan cloning techniques, yes? It certainly is a compelling, not to mention entertaining, field of research. And of all the options available, you chose the founding father on whom to experiment. You have a twisted streak to you, Varus, like grandsire, like grandson, eh? If events play out as planned, this will become something of a family enterprise. You will be the capstone of this world, I the anchor and shard, and together we will give the lie to this star's fraudulent existence.
So there are some important things to note. One, it was not the Asians' design to have all those Solus clones. Solus walked in there, saw all those clones of himself, and was like, fucking nice. That was all Varus. I also think he is a...
That's my boy.
That's my boy! I also think he's a liar about purposely letting the Empire fall apart. One, because they still needed the Empire, as they clearly need it right now, the Asians. Two, it is highly documented that after Solus Zolsgalvos' first son died, he fell into a very heavy depression and was never the same after it. And therefore, while he's all like, oh, I did it on purpose for funsies, I think he was actually too distraught to actually name another heir to his legacy. But that's just my opinion. Come, let's return to Lys and share the good news about our Far Eastern reinforcements. Go on ahead, Akali. I will join you in El Amigo with our advanced party as soon as I can. Let me make sure we are not... Parley on the front lines. What is this? Morhian. Parley on the front lines. Okay. 4.5 still. Okay. Hien stands ready to depart for Al Amigo. We must leave now to convene with the Eorzean leaders, and it may be some time before I return to Doma. Hekaro, I leave you in command. My lord. I shall assemble an advance party with all haste and join you in Al Amigo forthwith. I just received word from Lys. The Alliance has established a base camp near Al Amigo's northeastern border. Once we arrive in the locks, we are to report a resistance officer stationed in Portia Pretoria, which will point us in the right direction. Let's not keep them waiting. Why is your health so low? What happened to you?
I keep getting experience, so I thought maybe I should switch to Gunbreaker.
You want Gunbreaker?
But then I'm like, oh, I haven't done my Gunbreaker quests.
You want Gunbreaker to stay at 70 for Shadowbringers?
It is not at 70 yet. It is at level 69.
Okay. You would probably want to do that. Make sure you get that to 74 Shadowbringers.
Yee.
Okay, because that'll be next week. But I know you're
Yeah,
right.
I'll do dungeons and I'll do fates and all that.
Okay, how close are you to 70?
Let me check. Not close.
Okay,
I'm like level 69, but I'm at like the beginning of it.
gotcha. What are we doing? Okay. Yeah, you should definitely not do any duties at 69. We're a little bit too far into the patch for you to be that undergeared.
Mm-hmm.
The health pool difference is astounding from your 69 Gunby to your 72 warrior. It's like 50k.
I am strong.
So you must be the Scion party I was told to look out for. If you'll follow me, I'll take you directly to the Alliance headquarters. All the flags.
Welcome back, you two. Greetings, Lord Here. Glad you could join us.
Glad to be here. I would have come sooner, while our own defense is not in question, but I am pleased to report that our soldiers are assembling for deployment to Alamigo as we speak.
We're grateful for your support. Thanks to the efforts of our allies, it won't be long before we've established defensive positions on this front as well.
We have some good news too. Alphino has come back to us. As for the bad news,
so Alphino won't wake up. Gaius van Baelsar is alive and hunting Ascians, and the Empire is planning to poison us all with toxic gas. Does that sound about right? Ordinarily, any one of those things would have left me in shock. But the way things have been lately, it's all starting to seem pretty normal. Getting back to your report, are we sure this Black Rose is the weapon Maxima was talking about?
It fits the description. And it seems we have Alphino to thank for sparing us an early demonstration of its effectiveness. I have a feeling this won't be the last time his bravery in the Empire will serve us here in Eorzea. The threat of an unknown weapon has had us all on edge. But now that we know what we're dealing with, we can take steps to defend against it. As for Gaius, I'm not sure what to think. Am I happy he's alive? Not in the slightest. Am I happy he's hunting Ascians? Aye, I'd have to say I am.
Oh, speaking of Garleans you didn't expect to see, we have a tale of our own, as it happens. When we sent envoys to the Imperial Army to request talks, they returned with the message that Varys Zos Galvus would be attending.
The Emperor himself. Well, Varys did sanction the Popularis peace mission. But knowing that an Ascian walks in his son's skin, I do not see how we can trust him or anyone from that nest of vipers.
The Alliance would proceed with negotiations regardless, if only to give ourselves more time to prepare. We do, however, require your cooperation.
Right. Yes. So, as a condition for the talks to go forward, the Empire has requested that a member of the Scions be present. There'll be a representative from each Alliance nation, of course, but I'm afraid we have to ask that you come along too.
gods, Lise, much I hate politics. But then, what choice do I have? Alphino and the others aren't going to do it. Very well. I shall attend as the Scion's representative.
In case you're wondering why I didn't ask you, the Empire also requested the presence of Eorzea's champion.
I'll be there.
That's settled then. We don't know what Varus means to bring to the table, or why he wants you there, but having you close at hand will make all the difference.
The meeting will take place on the border. Anticipating an early assault, we mean to position the bulk of our forces nearby.
The Alliance leaders should already be on their way. Once you're ready, we can head out and join them.
As Charlene could not negotiate peace with the Empire, I rather doubt war can be avoided here, but every moment we steal for our preparations will count in the final reckoning. If is Emperor Varus enthralled to the Asians? That is the question. Soon the Empire... should the Empire decide to ignore the rules of parley, we could be fighting far sooner than we'd like. Keep your weapons close. Well, I don't suppose it's polite to keep the Emperor waiting too long, shall we? Parley with the Emperor.
You're not wearing anything that could flash the Emperor.
I was just about to tell that story. There's also a mod of this. When he walks in, every time his armor makes a noise, it sounds like crushed cans. So it's just like... crushed soda cans.
Esteemed representatives of the Eorzean Alliance. On behalf of the Gallian Empire, I thank you for inviting me here today.
So, what Q is referencing was I was in the songbird outfit, which is like the K-poppy sort of little attire with the tails. It was a Valentine's Day outfit. You can get it for like $3 on Mog Station, but it has a very
Aren't you
short.
wearing it? Isn't Casa wearing it? Like
No, this is a different
VTuber avatar.
No, this is a different dress.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. But the skirt part doesn't have like proper skirt physics, because it's so short, and so it flips up when you sit down. So I was wearing that outfit during this meeting, and every time it panned like across, because of how far back the characters sit, it was just panty shots. Panty shots every time it like went over the table, to every angle, panty shots for the Emperor. And I was like, God damn it. Just like, it would not stop. I could not stop it without like skipping it. It was the absolute worst. You're right though, Sprightly. Beans are nothing, Varys. I was like, can we make peace now? Yeah, it was bad. It was very bad. It ruined the entire scene. So don't wear the songbird outfit here. Not without pants underneath.
As this parley was convened at your request, I invite you to speak first.
Very well, Your Radiance. I, Nanimo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, should be pleased to oblige you. As recent events in Alamigo and Doma have made plain, the subjugation and exploitation of neighboring nations is not a sustainable policy. Should this day end in war, You may very well defeat us, but you will never extinguish the people's desire for freedom. Though it may not be in our lifetime, there will be another revolution, another war, and the cycle will continue.
She is the only one here at this table of actual royalty, which I think gives her sort of like a step up. She is not like the leader of Eorzea. They're all different nations, but she is the only one sitting here that is aside from Varys himself, that is actual royalty. So like even the admiral and even Kane Sana, they all sort of they bow and they do all their respectives towards her because she's the sultana. She is royalty. So it definitely, especially when you're dealing with the empire itself, she is the best speaker for this alliance. Cause while she's the leader, she's nothing really special. She's just an admiral. Hien is technically royalty too, I guess. Prince Hien. And then Emmerich is he's just a senator, I think, really at this point. Yeah, it's simply, I think it's simply because she is actual royalty, unlike every other clown here.
Doma has entered into a concord with the nations of Eorzea, a partnership wherein we recognize one another as equals. Garlemald could be afforded similar treatment. You need only set aside your ambitions and join us in paving a path towards peace.
You will not win me over with sophistry, Your Grace. As you know only too well, this alliance lacks the strength to keep the peace within its own borders. Even now, your struggles with the Beastmen continue unabated. Divided, you sow this fertile soil with the seeds of your differences and reap naught but discord and chaos for your trouble. Eorzea must be united under one leader, one purpose. I would offer you both and bring an end to your strife.
With all due respect, Your Radiance, the only thing that you offered the people of Alamigo was fear and hopelessness.
The citizens of Doma can also attest to the meager arms of imperial rule. There is no purpose to be found in a life of oppression, each day more uncertain than the last.
Our people are willing to die for their freedom. A great many already have, and countless more will, if we don't put an end to this madness here and now.
We brought order and stability to your lives. This madness and bloodshed is of your own making. You broke the peace, not Garlemald.
Peace. Order. You kill our peoples, despoil our lands, take everything that is ours. And what? You expect us to lick the boot that grinds our faces into the dirt?
I expect you to weigh the costs. To recognize that countless lives have been lost on both sides in pursuit of a greater good, and to not squander all we have achieved in a fit of petulance.
Your Radiance. I fear I can personally attest to the dangers of pursuing one's vision with such righteous fervor.
It is absolutely primo gaslighting. Were you not grateful for all that we did? How we improved your lives?
For 1,000 years, the Holy See of Ishgard waged war with dragons. 1,000 years of sacrifice, of sorrow and hate, in which we bathed in the blood of friend and foe alike. Had it gone on any longer, we may well have drowned.
1,000 years is like an unbelievable amount of time. That's 10 generations. 10 generations.
Yet we have chosen to raise ourselves out of this bloody spiral, and have since made peace with our former enemy.
So I understand. No doubt the dragons were more receptive to your overtures in the wake of their leader's demise. You speak of peace, yet use war to achieve it. Your father would not have bothered to obscure his intent with honeyed words. He understood that strength is all that matters in the end.
Don't gaslight Emmerich like this. So fucking rude.
Without his clarity of vision, I can but wonder what will become of Ishgard and her people. There was a time when Garlemald too lacked a leader of conviction. Weak and unable to wield magic, we were at the mercy of the strong, from whom we sought refuge in the bitter cold of the north. Were it not for the discovery of ceruleum and the subsequent development of Magitech, we might never have gained the power to take back that which was rightfully ours.
You speak as if your people were the first to have been driven from their homes. Limsa Lominsa was built by wayward souls in search of a place to call their own. On the shores of Vilbrand we found it. And from those humble beginnings did we grow and flourish. And all without robbing our neighbors of their liberty.
Oh, wait. That's not right. Actually.
So saith the pirate. Am I to believe that you simply asked the kobolds to yield up their lands and that they were happy to oblige you? That you did not drive them out like rats in the hold of one of the many ships seized by your privateers?
She's like, but those aren't people.
I will concede that after centuries of exile, reclamation may be mistaken for invasion. Nevertheless, it is not. And those who till stolen soil have no right to object when cast out in turn.
Your uncompromising nature rivals that of the Ixal. They too lament circumstances which they themselves perpetuate. Were they but to embrace peace, we would welcome them with open arms. Indeed, some few have done just that, and now receive of the Twelve's Wood's bounty. Would that your people might learn from their example.
You dare compare us to the Birdmen? You who thought to invoke the 12 and threaten all of creation?
I came here in the hope of finding some speck of common ground, but I see now these discussions will accomplish nothing. Despite what you people may believe, I am not wont to choose the sword over the olive branch. 'Tis but a pity men are loath to accept one without first being shown the other.
Wait! I beg you. This meeting was supposed to be a chance to find a way forward together, not to bemoan the missteps which brought us here. Please. If you truly consider violence a last resort, there must be a way we can come to an agreement.
As Mistress Alisaie says, we did not come here to bicker over the past, but to discuss how we might strive towards a brighter future. Emperor Varus, may I suggest a short recess, that all present might compose themselves prior to beginning anew?
Very well. I pray this intermission will suffice to move these talks in a more constructive direction.
The pirate was a bad choice. Get her out. Get her out. Alright, everybody. What do you have to say for yourselves? I do much wonder at Emperor Varus' decision to attend these negotiations. It is plain he has no intention of hearkening to our entreaties, but what then is his goal? 'Tis true that Limsa beginnings were not wholly honorable, but our old wrongs do not make the Empire's deeds aright. Current wrongs. Current wrongs. Varus holds fast to his ideals just as I knew he would. He will not be swayed from this path. Why do I get the feeling that the Emperor is hiding something? For years we have warred with the Empire, and with no end in sight. A parley such as this represents a unique opportunity, and I would not squander it with bitter words. For a moment I feared our talks would descend into violence then and there. Alize speaks of her dislike for politics, but her honest plea may very well have prevented an early battle. Oops. You got gaslit hard, my dude. Whatever rebuttal I had in mind was lost when Varus mentioned my father. The man is certainly skilled at keeping his opponents off balance. It's okay. There. Let me rub the titty. Alright, let's go. This is really not my forte. After his Radiance's little performance, it was all I could do not to swear at him. I honestly don't know how I ended up playing the mediator. I just asked myself, what would Alphino have done? Tried my best to do the same, and by some miracle it worked. But there really is no common ground to be found with that man, nor do I think he looked for any. So the question becomes, what did he come here to do? Because you may be certain it wasn't to make peace. Whatever it is, I can't make it out. Not yet, at least. We do have a little time before the parley is due to reconvene, though, so why not try consulting our illustrious leaders? Mayhap they have some insight to share. I will say one thing for this Varus. He is well versed in Eorzean history. His interest in our affairs is that of a beast in its praise. The conqueror would know his enemies. All should know their enemies, yet there is much and more we do not know of the Empire. I'm sure Varus would be happy to tell you more. Ha! You would have me ask the Emperor himself? Well, mayhap there is some wisdom in that. If we can skirt the storm of his displeasure, we may yet come to our answers, even if that does mean sailing close to the wind. 12 have mercy, but for Lady Alize's timely interjection, we might well have come to blows at the negotiating table. Not that Emperor Varus left us a great many options. Is unconditional surrender all he will accept, do you think? Ere he arrived, I'd have said yes, but having heard him speak, I cannot help but think he came with some other end in mind. Exactly. He's building up to something, I know it. How then should we approach the rest of this parley? Have you anything to say, Warrior of Light? Invite Varus to explain himself. You believe he is more apt to the reveal of truth if we put him at ease? Mayhap you are right. Thank you, Akali. Yeah, force this man to show his hand. This parley was never like to bring peace. I had hoped to learn something of Emperor Varus' relationship with the Ascians. As had we all. Yet if he is in league with them, he is not like to volunteer the fact. And if he is not, how much weaker would his position seem for their presence? If we are to broach that particular subject, we will need to be subtle. Would that I knew more of the man. If you would indulge me, Lord Hien, you received an imperial education, did you not? Is it true that the Empire's will is considered absolute? There is no higher authority in all of Garlemald, nor else in the heavens. Come to that, veneration of the gods is forbidden, the only worship permitted being that of His Radiance's own person. That sounds suspiciously like a religion in itself. I share your disdain for the hypocrisy. Even as they degenerate the idea of faith, they revere their leader with a fervor that others would reserve for the divine. 'Tis a flaw common to much of the doctrine they fed us, logical on the surface perhaps, but contradictory upon closer examination. I wonder if discussion of the various discrepancies might prompt Varys to reveal something. You have spoken with everyone then? Good. Now all that remains is to await the pleasure of the Emperor, and hope we fare better at the second attempt.
Now then, who would have the floor?
Before we resume, I wish to offer you an apology. After you graciously accepted our invitation to discuss an armistice, we have done naught but rebuke you at every opportunity. I believe I speak for all of us when I say we are deeply sorry for our discourtesy.
I'll admit your familiarity with our affairs surprised me, and served to remind me how little I know of yours.
I think all here can understand the desire to reclaim one's homeland. But why expand further? That is my question.
If I may, the answer can be found in the Imperial doctrine they took great pains to impart to my people. Recognizing the threat icons pose to the world, Solus Zos Galvus decreed that they were to be eradicated. To this end, he began a campaign to unite all lands under the Garlean banner. Or so we were taught. Yet the Emperor only reached the burn, the Baron said to have been laid waste by icons, after conquering all the lands that lay between. What is more, I am quite certain the practice of summoning was not nearly so widespread in the days before the Empire's founding.
When you put it like that, it all starts to sound like an excuse, doesn't it? But to distract from what? Why are you really waging this war?
Finally, you ask the right question. I can but hope you heed mine answer, and at last accept the righteousness of our cause. My goal is this: to return the world to the way it once was, the way it was always meant to be. In doing so, mankind will be made whole once more. No longer will we suffer from the dissension born of our differences. There will be but one race, a perfect race, as we were when time began.
What in Rorga's name are you talking about?
I am talking about the origins of this star, of the source and its 13 reflections. At the instant of the great sundering, 'twas not only the world that was shattered, but mankind itself. Thus were we divided into myriad races, each with its own unique imperfections. That is why man looks upon his neighbor and feels fear and hatred, why he wages war, why he kills his brother. You all in your own way have proven as much today. The peace you seek is but a fleeting solution to a fundamental problem. One would...
Oh shit,
to bring
sorry.
about everlasting peace, our worlds must be rejoined.
I did not mean to do that.
That is the goal the Empire would see realized. The glorious future unto which we shall one day shepherd mankind.
A rejoining of worlds.
I have heard this tale of the Source and its reflections before.
Are these not the self-same desires as the Ascians?
Emperor Varys, do not trust in their words. They will lead you to your doom. My father thought to use them, but in the end he succumbed to their temptations. He embraced summoning like so many other pawns before him. Do not tell us you mean to do the same.
To be a pawn, free from the burden of choice, would be a blessing. But I forswore that privilege the day I learned that the Gallian Empire was built by the hand of an Ascian.
What?
Yes. My grandsire, the former emperor, is of their number. And who better to build an empire capable of bringing about the calamitous change we desire? Would you condemn me for this alliance? For bowing to the will of these shadowy masters, when the prize is true and lasting peace?
There's something super off with Varys, and I'm only just noticing it now. And I almost wonder if it was a forgotten plotline, or a discarded plotline, as they sort of figured out the Shadowbringer story. But if I didn't know any better, and I do know better, it sounds like Varys is being controlled by the Ascian inside Solus. They have a lot of the same dialogue and mannerisms, or a lot of the same dialogue and ways of speech. There's a scene later where Solus will say, "No, now you're asking the right question," and that is a line that Varys used at the beginning. I don't know. It's very bizarre, and it took him about a patch to switch sides so hard, because he was very much against a lot of what the Ascians were doing. It's very bizarre, and the way he's talking is very strange. But I can't prove it, and I don't actually think that's the case, and they may have steered away from that particular point. But it's really weird. Your prize is a lie. Your master's demons.
I come not to conquer, but to liberate. To free man from the prison of divergence.
He very much seems, if it's not possession, it seems like tempered almost.
Imagine a world united. One perfect race beneath a single standard. An army before whose might these servants of darkness and light would fly as leaves in a storm, never again to meddle in man's affairs. We would be the masters of our own fate. I bid you join me, not as subjects of Garlemald, but of a new nation. And together we shall win freedom for ourselves and generations yet unborn.
You want to trigger another half-dozen calamities? You can't be serious!
Have you forgotten how many died? There will be no one left.
Do you truly imagine we would aid you in your bloodletting?
It is unthinkable. Unconscionable.
I guess we'll stand up too.
And what is the alternative? To be as cattle waiting for slaughter? I would have us work together, that we might take fate into our own hands.
Into your hands, perhaps. But what of the other worlds, your radiance? With every calamity, you obliterate a star and every soul that dwells on it.
To the Ascians, we are all but tiny, momentary specks within an indifferent universe. We cannot hope to oppose them until we have been made whole once more.
Are these truly the words of Garlemald's ruler? The flaws and foibles which you so abhor are what make us who we are. Every nation, even yours, Emperor Varys, is made whole through the combination of these imperfections, the strengths of one compensating for the weaknesses of another. While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others, fostering community and cooperation. That the protector of an empire should not only reject these fundamental truths, but seek to change them at so dear a cost to life is indefensible. Such a man is not fit to govern.
Get him. Get him, Nomino.
And you, warrior of light, would you refuse me as well?
Yeah, dude, you're acting fucking crazy. I cannot condone such a loss of life.
It would seem the Alliance is of one mind on this matter.
You Eorzeans never cease to disappoint me. Though I suppose I have only myself to blame for expecting more from savages. This discussion is at an end. I bid you make ready for our next meeting. It will not be at the negotiating table.
He didn't get his way, so he resorted to name calling. Just like Jesus Christ. After he spouted absolute insanity. Well, that was weird and unpleasant. His grand plan is to bring about more calamities? This is insanity. This madman must be stopped at all costs. We suspected Ascians meddled in the shadows of the Empire, but the truth is far beyond my wildest imagining. At least now we know the face of our enemy, and need not hesitate to strike at its heart. I am glad we arrived in time to aid in the battle. Though our vanguard may be small, these few are a chosen elite, the finest warriors of the Far East. The Temple Knights have deployed in full strength. Eorzea's future is Ishgard's future, and our fates ride upon the outcome of this conflict. The Ascians are terrible beings indeed, that they would found an entire nation to further their dark designs. It would seem that the Empire's history is as sinister as Ishgard's own. Yeah, no fucking kidding. It also did seem that he was like, but I'm gonna go. He was doing the same thing Thornton did. He's like, I'm gonna betray those Asians, and I'll pretend that I'm doing what they want, and then when we're all whole and complete, we'll kill them. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Which is why it seemed like it was so. He was so weird, and even Namino was like, is this the voice? Is this truly the voice of the Garlemald Emperor? He just like it wasn't right, and it felt so off from, especially with what we know of Varys and of what we know of the people that were close to him. Like oh, he's dead, and I can't remember his name, but he was in the Heavens Ward trial quests, and he died protecting us from Zervan. Like that was Varys' best friend. Like he surrounded himself with like people, and he still followed the ideals of conquest, but like he was, and I don't know, it just didn't feel right. The Assassins are terrible beings indeed, that they would found an entire nation to further their dark designs. 'Twould seem that the Empire's history is as sinister as Ishgard's own. My first engagement is Flame General, and it's a full-scale war with the Empire. I feel some measure of nervousness, of course, but I swear I'll make Father proud in the battles to come. Now that we have learned the Empire's true purpose, war has become an inevitability. 'Tis time like these I curse my own uselessness in battle. I refuse the Emperor's words with all of my being. What justice is there in an ideal that demands the sacrifice of so many? I was born in the Empire, but I will never serve the Emperor. Only the Seed Seer commands my loyalty. Are you a Garlean? Let me look at your forehead. It makes a twisted kind of sense that the Empire was built by the Chaos Bringers themselves. The revelation yet rattles me, but now that we know our enemies are one and the same, we have target upon which to unleash the full force of the Alliance. Send me to the front lines, if you please. We'll give the Imperials a taste of the Maelstrom's cannons, not to mention my axe. Send everybody? I came back to find Doma's advance party ready and waiting for battle. So as worrying as what our little chat with the Empire was, it did buy us enough time for at least some of our allies to arrive. Ew. We both probably want this. Well, they're all good, really. They're all very good. I think direct hit, though. Having listened to Emperor Varys' machinal plans, Lys is ready to go to war. I need to make sure that we are still in the right patch. Face of War. Double check. Oh yes, this will be our last quest for the patch. Okay. Good to know. Just want to make sure we don't go too far. We're at the 2-hour mark.
I'm not sure what I was expecting from our meeting with the Emperor, but it wasn't that. Still, at least we know now what he's really after.
Aye, a future built on a mountain of bodies. I too want the Asians dead, but not at any cost.
The last of the reinforcements from Doma arrived not long ago. I pray it will be enough. Given the Emperor's stated goal, this is a battle we can ill afford to lose.
If the Garleans come in force, we may not have much say in the matter, even with our combined strength.
We knew from the first that the odds would be against us. But if there is even the slightest chance of victory, we must do everything in our power to seize it.
We must seize it, full stop.
Here!
The two of you are to join an irregular unit and support the main host. I won't bother asking if you're minded to fight.
After coming this far, how could I not? And for once, there's no one around to countermand me. Not that they would. Not even my brother. But we all know who really make the difference. Ready to frighten some Garleans?
I wouldn't want to be on their side.
Might I ask you to accompany the Dorman contingent? They are strangers here, and your presence would do much to raise their spirits.
We would be honored.
When our people stride out with you in their midst, I dare say the Eorzeans will feel an ilm taller themselves. High spirits have a way of spreading.
What I wouldn't give to join you. But my duties as field commander will not allow it. I'll leave the front lines in your capable hands. Comrades, ready your arms. The hour of battle has come. May the crystal guide us to victory!
Since the others couldn't be here, we'll have to fight twice as hard. If Alphinaud wakes to find the Imperials have won, I shall never hear the end of it. It's strange. I thought I would be terrified when the fighting started. I should be terrified. But with you at our side, I can't help feeling everything is going to be all right. So please, don't you dare leave me alone. No matter what happens, we have to survive together.
How do you like them flags for Alize? How do you like those flags? She just won't stop waving.
She'll be fine. I'm more worried about me. She's like, don't leave me alone. Don't you do it. And I'm like, oh, we're going to be separated. And she's going to be alone. I'm going somewhere. Don't know where. But I'm going without her.
We're going to the Gimel Dark. Alright, you ready?
I'm ready.
My duties as field commander. This is a fun dungeon. It's not like Bernhard. It's very good. I do wish I was better geared, but I think we'll be okay. You pull smallish anyway.
Because I am baby.
You are a baby.
I always feel like I'm under-geared, no matter what.
I keep us at minimum as I can gear-wise for the challenge. Because you can just go... Oh, well, I keep us at the gear we would be if we were doing this at patch. Because you can just go buy the best gear immediately out of patch. And I think that's boring.
Lame.
But you're fairly well geared because you have all the accessories. Because there's not a lot you can do with that. Tonk stands up.
Tonk stands.
Tonk.
Tonk.
Leave this to me.
Oh, I shouldn't have put regen on you. You can take that off. Well, it's fine.
Forward! Forward!
Can I move so more people can be in the bubble?
Yeah, they can get in the bubble themselves. Oh, we got some on the red mage over here. Right here.
Like 4.
Okay, so you want to stand at the end of this triangle, because he's going to do triangle shapes like this. Oh shit, that's right. And then move as it finishes. I really beamed myself because I thought they went away. Same thing again. We want to go. Want to wait in the direction of which he is. The arrows are going. If that makes sense. So we gotta wait for these pizza slices to end. Wait again. Thank you for the follow, Talonfang!
I am pink, I have rights.
Yep, that's true. The Dragoon needs to stand because they have melee, so... But you guys won't lap yourself so long as they are careful. 375. Better than anything I got going. Won't do. I think there's 3 enemies here, if you have not seen them.
Yeah, I got all
Okay.
3.
I'm paying attention. I'm doing damage. I'll try to win a bracelet.
Oh, I haven't rolled on anything.
Oh, that's okay.
I shan't hold back!
Pippin! And Lise.
I'm here for Pippin.
Oh no, that's me. Oi, oi. Who's the asshole standing with the AoE? That's me. Oh no. No, the NPCs are taking care of it.
Oh, I just saw something flying down. I'm like, I need to fight that.
Okay, keep this boss in the middle.
In the middle.
There, okay, so now we need to watch. Oh, please don't be on the wrong side, me. Okay, good. And that's gonna come up. Yeah, come back.
Do you want me to move him? Oh,
Nope.
it's too late. to
Nope.
move him.
You don't need to move him anywhere. He's just gonna go away again. And spinning him while he's doing stuff like this will only damn the cause. I got very scared there for a second.
Oh. I won something.
Okay, he's gonna do that again. Oh shit, we want to be in the middle. And then we need to move immediately to the side.
Center. Come on, boy.
It just breaks apart.
Hold on, I'm looking at everything.
The same gloves and earrings dropped again. Fuck this place.
Where are the earrings? Can I wear them? Ooh.
Emmerich's there, Carly.
I'm coming!
You underestimate me!
You can tell he's not tanking because Kane-sana was taking all the damage. You know, the healer.
You know, sometimes I feel like that. Tanking is difficult. Sometimes
Emmerich, turn on your tank stance. Rochefort was the same way. I was like, sir, please. The dragon, it's hitting me.
This knight does not yield!
Out of my way!
Ian, you motherfucker! Ian just stood on top of me, you know, like an asshole melee.
The NPCs are just trying to give you the true Final Fantasy
The true Final Fantasy experience.
What the?
The first time I did this, it was Emmerich that stood on top of me, and I was like, sir.
He just wants to be close to you.
The problem was I also had the circle, so it would have
Oh
killed.
my.
It would have killed me. Okay.
I feel sorry for these Garlands because they don't know what they're fighting for. The true reason that they're being forced to fight. Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Come to Kane-sana? Oh no, I guess not. Sorry. Shouldn't do it. Maybe not yet, I guess. Well, there we go. This is what I was thinking now. My bad. I gave you bad advice.
Oh, come back.
Get in her bubble.
Time to get serious!
I'm lost.
This fight can be kind of spicy. These savages bested our vanguard? Impressive. But in the end, they are only that. Savages. Now let us be brief. His radiance awaits.
Oh, she's not.
Yeah, she's not part. It was like La Habrea and Igorm. Watch out for the X's. Oh. You want to get shot into a safe spot, but don't clip anybody. I'm gonna get shot not into a safe spot, actually. Oh, I died to it. Oof. What?
The red mage should have a revive,
Yes,
right?
they do.
Okay.
They have a raise. I can't believe I died to that. That was my bad. Please don't do that to me again. Okay, so the best thing you can do for this part is tilt your camera top down so you can see where the threads are, and just do not move.
Could I leave her in the middle?
Hmm? Yeah, you can keep her in the middle, it doesn't matter. She's gonna blow up those canisters. Yes, we gotta move to one and then move to the other. Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh boy. You really made life hard for that Dragoon.
I didn't mean to. I was just running and she was following.
I know. It's funny though.
I didn't do nothing wrong.
It'll be threads again.
Ooh, a code of fending.
We have served our purpose. Come, we shall withdraw for now. I want to try it on. Oh, it's very nice.
There's no room for it.
Wait, did you miss out on the coat because you didn't have any room for it?
No, I have it. It's just in my inventory and not in my. There we go. A.
Still looks great with your sneakers.
Thanks.
God, you look so fucking pale in this light. Let's get out of here. Let's blow this popsicle stand.
There you are, and none the worse for wear.
Indeed. I had hoped we might do more to help, but there seems to be no one left to fight.
A tactical withdrawal, perhaps?
We should give chase. Finish them off while we have the chance. Imagine the other surprise when they wake to find the war already won.
The light will expunge all life. Only you can forestall the calamity. Throw wide the gates.
No! 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 Not like...
Oh no. Don't tell me. Are you all right? Quickly! We must get her back to the encampment.
Alizé is being cared for at the infirmary. Would that there was more we could do for her. So the Garleans have been routed, have they? Well done. Though this exchange was no more than a test of our strength, like as not, they won't be taking any chances now that the Empire has joined the fray. They'll want to take their time. Now that the Emperor has joined the fray, they'll want to take their time, whittle down our defenses. Still, with your help and that of the Eastern allies, we've passed the first test. Our line is unbroken. As for Alizé, well, she'll be in good hands over at the infirmary. My lord, the Shurgans have completed their examination of Mistress Alizé, and it is as we feared. She is locked in a slumber without any outward cause. Just like with the others. Damn it all. Aye, the Garleans picked a fine time to come knocking. 5 scions incapacitated, and with the enemy on our doorstep, I cannot spare the men to assist in a search for a cure. The best I can do is see to it that Alizé is escorted safely back to the Rising Stones. Yuguri and I would return to our encampment. The main contingent of our forces from the Far East is under sail, and all must be made ready for their arrival. I'll not keep you then. Judging by the Garleans' recent movements, or lack thereof, they won't be launching another offensive in the immediate future. You should return to the Rising Stones. Given the plight of your fellow scions, I can understand if you feel on edge, but you'll be no good to anyone without rest. Oh my god, please. Just kept clicking further and further. No. Orchard's sister and I will take turns keeping watch over the other slumbering Archons. We'll not leave them unattended for even a moment. Are these the same dialogues? Oh, it is. Same dialogues. Ah, Kali, welcome home. Word has it you and Mistress Alizé gave the Garleans quite a thrashing. Speaking of whom, where is Mistress Alizé? I was certain she would have returned by now. By the 12, not her too. Orchard and I will ready the infirmary for her arrival. We will also need to send a message to Tartaru post haste. Would that I had something other than grim tidings to share with her. And with you two, for that matter. It grieves me to report that the Archon's condition remains unchanged. As we speak, Colonne, Kryl, and Master Matoya continue to explore every possible avenue. Alas, their efforts have yet to bear fruit. But not all is lost. You are still hale and whole, after all. Though I suspect you must be tired from your journey, you should rest, my friend. Leave the worrying to us, for the time being at least. Okay. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Alright, so where we need to go next is we need to do... we need to go to Kugane and finish up that fine tale. I don't actually know if we'll have enough time to finish patch 5.55, but it's very, very short. So we could probably do it next week, and then I will finish up Hildebrand and do my class quests before we move into Shadowbringers on Sunday. I'm going the wrong way, to the surprise of nobody. No, I'm not going the wrong way. It's right up here. I hope this is not long. The cutscenes in between these dungeons are so long. The worried look on Lena Melral's face suggests that she bears grave tidings. Or not. Greetings and salutations, Akali. I suppose you're wondering whether or not the good gymnast has finally determined where in the world our next adventure is to take us. The good news is he has. The bad news, however. Now, while it is not in my nature to be a sensationalist, sensationalism is my job description, so please bear with me when I tell you not all is right aboard the airship Lexan Tail. Something about Alma has me deeply worried. I would not trust this information in the hands of my publisher, let alone some sullen gate guard. Shall we continue our conversation on the Prima Vista, away from inquisitive ears? The question is, then, where exactly did Ramza and his fellowship journey next? Ah, Kali, to what do we owe this unexpected visit? I had not planned on summoning you for another several turns of the sun. I apologize if we had caused you any worry. I suppose one cannot allow a reporter in the midst and not expect her to report what she sees, though I did expect a tad more discretion from Miss Malra. Alma has, of late, been experiencing difficulties with her health. Shurgans have been called upon to discern what exactly it is that ails her, but as far as they can tell, there is nothing physically wrong with my sister. The consensus is the rigors of an extended stay in a foreign land have taken their toll on her fragile heart. Akali, when did you? Alma. I'm fine, brother. It's obvious you are not. You must return to your chambers and rest. Forgive me. Perhaps we shall speak again once I regain my strength. Until then, please look after my father. Now then, where were we? Oh yes, the matter of our next expedition. As we discovered during our most recent foray into the eastern sands, the Dalmascan capital of Rabanastre appears to lie upon the ruins of what can only be the royal city of Leslia, ancient capital of the lost kingdom of Evelise. Shortly after, we stumbled across remnants of the legendary clockwork city of Gwog, cleverly repurposed into a lighthouse overlooking the Redonda Cataract, remnants which now sit suspended above the fathomless chasm. Leslie Agog. What have they in common, you ask? I shall tell you. They both appear in my ancestors' account of the rise of Evelise, the Durai Papers. And with each new discovery, the Forbidden Chronicle is now proving Evelisian legend to be far more than fairy tale. There is no denying the proof, and it is but the matter of time before scholars and historians across the realm come to the same conclusions. But as you are already aware, my aim has never been to simply prove the existence of Evelise. No, I shall not rest until I have revealed the truth of the young Ramza's role in King Deltia's ascension and cleared my ancestor Orin Durai of the false accusations made against him by the Church. Then what are we waiting for? I have a possible destination in mind. Arriving there safely, however, is another matter. To that end, I have enlisted the aid of our company's newest members. Despite my pleas to do otherwise, who knows what trouble those two will see us into. Though I must admit, both Montebleu and his brother have proven more useful than I would have dared to imagine. When it comes to usefulness, I am first in the field. Or was it furriest in the field? Would you like to feel my fur, Kupo? And you wonder why Ramza despises you so, brother. They do all the work, and all you do is jest, Kupo. But you are mistaken, Herdy. I bear neither you nor your brother any ill will. Any further ill will, that is. If anything, I owe you my thanks for your recent contributions. His thanks? Are you hearing what I'm hearing? What happened to the venom-spitting adder we all used to know and hate? Alma certainly seems pleased with the change, but forgive me for not buying into this all-too-convenient transformation. Simply showing the world that Ivelisse actually existed will not validate the claims chronicled by the Durai Papers. That is correct, Father. The key lies with Ramza Belouvet. If we can find evidence of his existence, of his hidden role in history, it will prove Orin's testimony is true and safeguard our family's name from ridicule. Which is why I turned the focus of my research to Deltia's forgotten companion and his actions during the War of the Lions. It was only then that I discovered something most intriguing, an underlying struggle with an unknown force, a force with the power to bring about a calamitous ruin. Orosite, the twisted abominations we encountered in both Leslia and Gog, the Lukovi, they are born by these unholy crystals. While nobles of the north and south squabbled over Evelise's crown, Ramza silently sought to rid the world of a darker evil. Evil manifest from the deepest desires of men and women whose minds had fallen prey to the Orosite. And with each confrontation did Ramza's fellowship grow smaller, countless companions lost to a cause that would go unwritten, yet was far more important than any clash of armies, and so did they endure until reaching their final destination, the Orban Monastery. Oh, I know this one. The Orban Monastery is where Princess Ovelia was raised. There is a scene about it in the Zodiac Brave story. After Deltia emerged victorious in his final campaign, he married the princess to legitimize his claim to the throne of Ivelisse. Ah, I see someone has been paying attention. But I don't understand. Why would Ramza's crusade against the Lukovi take him back there? According to the Durai Papers, the sinister being who endangered the Orosite was said to have slumbered beneath the monastery. But who or what would have the means to create something so powerful? Ultima, the High Seraph. A seraph? What's a seraph? Seraphs are believed by some to be servants of the gods, divine beings whose only purpose is to carry out the will of their immortal masters. As to whether or not Ultima can claim this title, however, I cannot say, just as there were those who chose to worship Ultima and her otherworldly might. there were equally as many who feared the visitor and her deadly magics, or oft referring to her as the Angel of Blood, for the carnage left in her wake. Interesting. What if the spell Akami claims to have experienced in the Praetorium, coincidentally also called Ultima, was in fact the elegant interpretation of the very magics introduced by Heidelin by the High Seraph? But that would mean... What would that mean? I have spoken with several colleagues back in Charlian regarding their opinions on the ancient incantation, and while they have little to show for their research, they all agree on one thing: the manner in which Ultima etherically manifests should not be possible, at least on Heidelin. So it would naturally make sense if we discovered that the Elegons learned the spell from a being not of this dimensional plane, as to exactly how they convinced the being to impart the knowledge unto them. Not of this plane. What manner of creature are we talking about here? Likely one similar to Omega. How long have you been listening from the shadows, my friend? Long enough. I'm here to deliver the item Mikoto requested. Sid, there's no need for you to deliver it personally. A Moogle would have sufficed. A Moogle? And trust that he won't tear open the package and show it to some random adventurer? No, this was far too important. If you two do not mind, the principal was about to tell us how to find the Ouroboros Monastery. Oh, would that I could. You don't know? Then what have we been doing here? At ease, Lady Marworth. The Durai papers speak of a cataract situated on the river Zerchiel, several leagues southeast of Rabanastre. There supposedly lies the monastery. Zeralche is not a name you will find in any modern Dalmascan maps. Rivers, however, especially ones as large as the Zerelka is established to be, are rare in a nation far more than half claimed by sand. The river we seek can only be that which bisects Golmore and the Nagshian border. And for that invaluable information, we owe our thanks to our brother Moogles. Their travels have made them veritable authorities on Dalmascan geography. Wait, but earlier you claimed you didn't know the monastery's whereabouts. I'm confused. Its location is not what concerns me, but perhaps the Moogles themselves should explain. Why, certainly. The verdant valley of vines and vipers to where we must voyage next is home to the Viera, and therein lies our little problem. The one thing the Viera do not suffer is trespassers. Not even lovable Moogles, Kupo. Our glamours kept us hidden long enough to see the jungle was teeming with ruins, much like those we discovered in Lacelat and Golg. But the Viera trackers eventually found us and took us before their elders. We barely escaped with our palms, Kupo. So that is why we are still here talking instead of bound for the border. There are Viera who have spurned the strict code of their tribes, abandoning the people to come and live in the cities of Dalmasca. Finding and recruiting one to our cause might provide us with insight on how to reach the Orban Monastery ruins. Unfortunately, the nation's current turmoil has not made it easy to accomplish this task. We still require more time. Where's the Orban Monastery, Q?
That's not my tribe.
I don't know them. Before boarding the shuttle here, I stopped by Banga on the docks. He asked me if I knew a Kalyana and bid deliver her a message. I told him he was welcome to accompany me to the Prima Vista so that he might deliver the message himself, but the man refused. Mikoto, I saw this device crafted to your exact specifications, but cannot guarantee that it will function as intended, seeing as I had nary a subject to test it on. Of course, Master Sid, if any trouble is met, then most likely it is my design that is to blame. Your confidence in my craftsmanship is flattering, but you sell yourself too short, my dear. Here's to your success and good day. I don't really want to talk to anybody. I kind of just want to be done. Oh, look how many actors there are. Dances. I took in a performance at the Mujoka the other day and must say it was quite the experience. I, of course, had no idea what was going on, but it all sounded brilliant. The local courtesan who accompanied me explained it was a tale of 13 samurai ronin, I believe she called them, who embarked on a journey to avenge their slain lord. All in all, it was a bloody affair that ended in death for everyone save the tiny fellow in charge of the lightning, but the audience were on their feet cheering for more. Principal Jormus claims the rifts twixt any two cultures can be bridged through telling of tales, though I worry that anyone who would cheer in a noble death in the service of one already dead will be unable to appreciate aught what we might offer them here on the Prima Vista. Oh, and I said that aloud, didn't I? How careless of me. Garleans are all very stuffy. At first we thought Alma was merely a tad under the weather. The winds up here can prove quite chilly, but now... Company muscle. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I must stay ever limber for... why, for the stage, of course. Who? I mean, what did you think I meant? Would you care to join me for a few thousand lunges? Your body will thank you in the morning, as will your lover. This ship is a little too horny for me.
Theater kids just be like that.
Theater kids just be like that? I suppose that's true. I like all the stage props you can see everywhere. I hadn't really looked... I had just been looking at, like, the Leviathan up there and stuff, but... I sense you are interested in the package Sid delivered. I have every intention to appraise you of its contents, but first I believe we should speak of Alma's condition. Do you not find her illness all too timely? Jormos and Ramza would like to believe that her bouts of vertigo are not but a result of mind fatigue, but the answer is clear. It is the Orocyte that plagues her. Alma recently confided to me that she would hear her father speaking with the Otis well before even his first foray into Rabanaster. However, I do not think this is entirely true, which is not to imply that Alma is trying to deceive us. Rather, I think she saw something that led her to believe her father was conversing with the Orocyte. Moreover, I suspect it is the Orocyte herself that granted her this vision. You recall my hypothesis of distant frequency and type harmonic vibrations and their tendency to promote etherical amplification? Or when I mentioned that, despite being in the principal's possession for an extended period, the Otis exhibit none of the imprinting present in the Duma? Nope. The Otis has never resonated with Jormus. It has always been his wife's pendant, and its Orocyte shard, the Virgo, that fueled the passion for Ivalice. No, the Otis is bound to Alma's deepest desires, whatever those may be. The only reason I can fathom that Alma has not fallen victim to the Orocyte's grasp is that her desires are not as strong as those we have witnessed in Agrath or Bagaman. That, and the etherical interference caused by other nearby shards. I have explained all this to Alma and recommended that she destroy the necklace, yet not only did she refuse, but she begged me to keep this revelation from her father. I think we should destroy it. And so I did the only thing I could. I devised a means by which I might impede or at least lessen the effects of the Otis. This device, while still incomplete, will amplify the NRR wavelengths emitted by the Virgo. This should work to interfere with those emitted by the Otis, thereby shielding Alma from the brunt of their effect. The city below is all abuzz with the word of Bangan, brigand loitering about the airship landing. Do you think it could be someone we know, Kupo? This storyline really fucking drags, dude.
What? You didn't have to leave.
I didn't have to leave? Okay. Just wanted to get out.
I know.
I imagine it's pretty fascinating, I suppose, if you're in or familiar with tactics, but I'm not. And I didn't even. There are some aspects of Final Fantasy XII which I really loved. None of this is it. Apologies, Akali, but I needed to speak with you and you alone. Don't mind me, Kupo. I'll just be floating over here in perfect earshot. What makes you think I won't lay you low right here, right now? Because we're here to offer you a proposition, that's what. We need information on the Golmore jungle, and thought a man as well-traveled as you might be persuaded to provide some. Golmore? You of all creatures should know that as Vieira Land. What are you offering, then? Why, the opportunity to tell us what you know. Jormaz believes our next adventure lies beyond the jungle canopy, Kupo. I would have expected as much. Very well, Akali. I came to ask if you would meet someone. Now it seems that someone may be able to assist Jormaz as well, seeing as you and the principal did right by us before. I don't see a reason why I cannot take both of you. Let me know when you are ready to depart for Rabanastre. We will travel in our airship. Prima Vista would draw too much unwanted attention.
How does that airship work for someone that floats?
It's fine.
Like, how is the Moogle staying there?
Aether currents. When in doubt, Aether. Back to a life of brigandry in the clouds, are we? Of course not. Not that it didn't cross our minds, but when faced with the decision of what to do next, we needed to simply remember the dying words of our leader. Guderick, Renok, and I decided to re-enlist as Dalmascan Fusiliers. And the occupying Garleans actually said yes, Kupo? Not exactly. We're now with the Resistance. You no doubt have heard of the uprising in Dalmasca that followed the Doman liberation, and how it was crushed under the iron heel of the 4th Legion. The resistance leaders were captured, tortured, and publicly executed, yet much of the Empire's jargon, the gruesome display only served to rally the survivors. Remove one head, and 2 grow back in its place. Remove 2, and then there are 4. A person can die, but an ideal will live on. Now, there exist several factions throughout Dalmasca. We belong to one known as Lente's Tears. And when we told our commanding officer of your recent crossing with you and yours, she simply insisted that we introduce you. Me, but I wasn't even supposed to be here, Kupo. Not you, Hairball, her. Meet with the general and hear her proposal, Akali. If you are not interested, we shall return you to Kogane unharmed. You have our... Coral, got your tongue? Rabanastre dead ahead, lads. Still a little bit on fire, huh? This way. We have many malms to cover before nightfall. I've done as you asked. I bring you the Liberator. And here I thought she'd be taller.
Bitch.
Do you know who that is?
Isn't that like Freya? You've said her name.
This is Fran from Final Fantasy
Fran.
XII. I think, so while we've had, like, Noctis running around in Final Fantasy World, this is the first time one's been, like... Noctis wasn't from this world, and we sent him back through portals where he can live his life and marry his fiancée and all that good shit. This is the first time we've actually had, like, a character from other games, like Matoya and, like, all the Cids aside. She is straight up a main character from a Final Fantasy game. Just involved in a major plot point. A major side quest plot point, but one all the same. Granted, we'll eventually have 2B and 9S running around, so I guess it's not that crazy. I knew it. A Viera! I am Fran, proud daughter of Dalmasca and general of Lente's Tears. And yes, Moogle, I am Viera. Are you surprised? Why yes, in fact I am. Her kind are all supposed to be living amongst the trees, having shunned contact with the outer world, Kupo. There are supposedly a few who've left their homes, but I most certainly did not expect to see one in this sewer.
Look, I'm right in front of you.
I know! Indeed. He's like, bro, that's a Viera to you. I can't imagine what this conversation looks like from your perspective as a Viera.
I mean, you also have bunny ears.
I'm not. It's fine.
Imagine that they're real.
But it's just
And
like,
that's
wow,
how it
dude,
is.
that's a Viera. Do you have any idea how rare they are? The Banga claims you seek Orban. Does he speak true? You know what's actually really funny about Fran? So this was the first time a Viera was introduced in the game. Flat out. We didn't have, at this point in time, I don't think we had any announcements for character races or anything. And everyone was psyched out of their minds. They're like, oh, a Viera. That's our next race. That's our next race. Do you know what the next race was actually supposed to be? That they had been working on already? It was the Hrothgar.
Yeah, the lion.
The lion people. And so everyone started losing their mind. And they were like, well, we already have a female model right here, so I guess we'll do both. But because they tried to do two, they ran out of time. And thus we only have male Hrothgar and female Viera.
And people were still
And then
upset.
people were still upset about it. So when Endwalker drops, we will have male bunnies, and when 6.1 drops, we will have female Hrothgar. But there would have been, it was a lose-lose situation regardless. Because if you had shown Fran off, which they did, and then you're like, new race announcement, and it's actually Hrothgar, people would have been fucking mad. So you do both, people are still fucking mad. The only way to win was to do Viera first. But they had already started doing Hrothgar, so. No one will ever be happy. These ruins lie deep within the Golmore jungle, a place most sacred to my sisters. They would take great offense if you were to defile it with your presence. What is more, Bagwai tells me you travel with Garleans, openly aiding those who see our nation burn. How can we place trust in one who would do such? Jormus and his family defected long ago. They are not your enemy. A Garlean is a Garlean. Their pathetic attempt at absolution only proves their past guilt. You misunderstand. Kind Jormus does not approve of the Emperor's wormgongering. He wants to help Damaska and its impoverished masses, Kupo. And what would a Moogle know about my people? Does your blood run Dalmascan red? We could cut you open and find out. General, there's no need for threats. You are right, Bagwai. Then let us parley. Parley? Parley. First, the resistance requires men and women from the Eorzean and Eastern Alliances, to join us in ridding Dalmasca of its imperial invaders. Your past deeds have made you well known to the leaders of both. They will listen to you, or if not, they will listen to those scions to which you claim allegiance. That's going to be a tall order. Second, the resistance requires gold to strengthen our forces from within. Your allies are in bed with the Eastern Aldern Trading Company, which continues its dealing with Garlemald even as you raise your sword against them, profiting from the Empire's rampant aggression. As targets of that aggression, I believe my people are entitled to a portion of these profits. Grant me one of these simple things, and I shall personally guide you to safety to the ruins of Orban. That is also a tall order. Both of these things nay impossible. And what of the Lexan tales? See me to victory, and I'll thank the Emperor himself. Those are my conditions. What say you? I will deliver your request to the Scions, but can promise no more. And the only Scion left really is me, so... Tell them my demands, but know the fate of your expedition hangs in how well you do so. I'd say we have our work cut out for us, Kupo. Bagwai, you and the Fuel Sires are to accompany Liberator. I expect a detailed report on how many demands are received. Yes, General. Not that I expect them to be taken seriously. You are a fool to trust them, Princess. What an adventure, Kupo! Just think by tomorrow we could all be the newest members of the Dalmascan Resistance. Not that I'm ready to give up my place on the Prima Vista just yet. Monteblue is eager to return to the Prima Vista and report on your findings. Hurry, hurry! If I don't tell someone of our adventure quick, I'll positively burst, Kupo! This woman asks much of us. The Viera have ever been wary of outsiders. For centuries, their many tribes have remained hidden in the jungles, content with their self-imposed solitude. Each tribe has its own strict code, and will met swift punishment to any who would defy these laws. As such, many a Viera will spend her entire life bound to the territory of her ancestors, both unwilling and unable to venture beyond its borders. And while the tribes are wholly independent, and they have agreed to uphold a single standard, shun all contact with the outside world, unless it is to protect the jungle. That said, with every generation there are those Viera who long for a life beyond the verdant sea of trees, and abandon their tribes to start a new life in the kingdom cities. My guess is that Fran is one such individual, who happens to be the only individual we know who can guide us to the monastery, Kupo. It seems Akali's sword arm won't be enough to see us through this predicament. She'll need to don the right mantle of diplomat if we're to convince the alliances and the East Aldern Trading Company to grant us aid. What could go wrong? So all the Scions are sleeping. The alliances are currently at war. I can't do anything. I cannot do anything about this. Yes, yes. I know you said not to call unless it was Hancock. I love Hancock. Yes, yes, I know you said not to call unless it was urgent, but this is urgent. Alright, not exactly, but my superiors have come to a decision on your request, and I thought you might want to hear what they had to say. Oh, and let me preempt any request for immediate disclosure with a reminder that the information is much too sensitive to discuss over Link Pearl. Meet me at the Ruby Bazaar post haste, and I shall duly appraise you of their judgment. That's gonna be a big fat no. Well then, Akali, what are we waiting for? I've read about how you united the whole of Eorzea under a single standard and convinced the Holy See to end a 1,000-year conflict. Compared to that, asking for a few soldiers and a coffer of three, or three of gil should be a piece of roll and berry cake. But I suppose we should inform Bagwai down at Cocaine Landing of our progress. You mentioned he was to keep an eye on us. There is no way.
We are at war.
Yeah. There's no way that any of this is going to fly. We are not going to be able to actually get gold from the Alanard Company of all people, and none of the Alliance leaders can spare any soldiers. Doma can't spare any soldiers. So you have an answer from the East Alanard already? Impressive. It would seem the Lady Fran has underestimated your influence among the realm's players. I assume you have no objections to me joining you then? We're really in it now, sister.
Out.
I have gone.
No, you're right here.
Okay. Hancock awaits us in the bazaar. Shall we, Akali? Hello, my good friend Hancock. Tell me the news. A lovely lady and a banga. And here I was expecting you would be alone, Akali. But excuse my manners. I am Hancock, representative of the East Alanor Trading Company, assigned to oversee her assets here in Kugane, and it is a pleasure to meet you. And I am Yuguri. We apologize for making you come all this way. Not that it is far from the landing to... Bagwai, was it? I serve Lord Heian, rightful ruler of Doma. I have come bearing our nation's reply to your entreaty. And I am Tataru Taru of the Science of the Seventh Dawn. I am only here seeing as no one else could be bothered. Well, that and to bear a message from the leaders of the Eorzean Alliance. Thank you both for coming. I'm Bagwai, formerly of the Dalmascan Royal Fuel Sires. I now claim allegiance to Lente's Tears, a resistance group seeking to accomplish what you have in Doma and Alamigo. This dude, he's a race from Tactics and Ivalice, and I genuinely don't know what they're called. I can look it up really quick. Yeah.
Didn't Hancock just call him a Bangi?
Yeah, there's something like that. Final Fantasy XIV. What is he? Yeah, Banga. They're a race in 12 and Tactics from the Ivalice series. What tidings have you brought us? Allow me to begin then. While the Eastern Alanor Trading Company sympathizes with your plight, we are not in a position to be granting you the funding that you seek. As you are aware, the East Alanor Trading Company prides itself in its neutrality, as be it in matters of politics or personal. And what of our relationship with the Eorzean Alliance? Ah, yes. What I meant to say was, here in Kangashi, the Eastern Alanor Trading Company prides itself in its neutrality, be it in matters political and, You must understand our position. Simply supplying coin to any one group would make it appear that we somehow favor that group over another, seeing as we conduct business openly and fairly with everyone. Doing such would be sending the wrong message and ultimately harm profits, yes? And by selling to both sides, you maximize profits, while good men and women perish. How convenient. That's capitalism, baby. Oh, we are a business, milady, and we do what we must to survive. That does not mean, however, we are blind to the needs of our customers or our allies, which is why we support the Eorzean Alliance in their noble efforts to safeguard the realm's freedom through a mutually beneficial agreement. If it were my choice, I would provide you little resistance with all the funding it needs, but as my good friend Akali knows all too well, it is not my choice. Well, now that Hancock's thoroughly lowered your spirits, you won't be as crestfallen when I inform you that the Eorzean Alliance will also be unable to provide any assistance. And let me guess, you did everything in your power to try and convince the leaders of each city-state, only to watch as they politely declined our proposal, claiming our unfortunate lack of intelligence or resources. Wait, how did you... Lord Ian sends his greetings to you and yours. Having recently found strength through a newly formed alliance with our neighboring nations, Doma is open to further welcoming like-minded organizations. That includes our Dalmascan brothers and sisters still suffering under the imperial yoke. However, word has it that the latest attempt at reclaiming your kingdom ended in failure, resulting in the loss of countless lives, including many of the resistance leaders. You are not mistaken. Our army is not what it once was. Those remaining have been forced to take refuge deep beneath the streets of Rabanastre. The 4th Legion has already defeated you once. Lacking unity and leadership, the current resistance will not survive another tilt against the Empire's disciplined ranks. If Doma is to join hands with Dalmasca as an ally, you must first prove to us that you will stand as one. Doma's fully fledged ally would serve far better to strengthening our cause than a few temporary soldiers. Yet even if we were able to wrest Dalmasca from the Empire's grasp, without unity amongst your people, the resulting chaos would prove even more perilous to the kingdom. You understand much of our situation. And based on that understanding, you would refuse to aid Lente's tears, am I correct? Do not mistake me. Lord Ian's refusal is but a message to help you plan your next step. You have a wise master. He understands that without proper planning, driving one's enemy from your midst simply creates room for the next. Lady Fran will no doubt be pleased to hear that your response was exactly what she expected. You knew this whole time that your demands would be rejected, yet you still let this farce play out? You have my apologies, but this was all necessary to prove an important point to our leader. Lady Fran needed to show the princess just exactly what she was getting herself into, and your honesty today will serve us better than any hollow promise. Thank you. Wait, what about the Golmore jungle? Can you believe this? We're right back where we started. Principal Jormus will not be pleased. It's just better to walk the rest of the way. Yeah. I got so lost. I was like, where is she? If it's as you say, it is most unfortunate, but I suppose we did everything in our power, and that is all that one could ask. You don't understand. Why would Lady Friend send a colleague to this wild Pasaya chase if she knew from the start it would be for naught? Bagwai mentioned something about Fran proving a point to their leader, whomever that may be. People in positions of power can prove both naive and stubborn creatures. Simply telling a leader she is wrong may not convince her of the fact. Seeing one's own plan fail, however, is oft the best medicine. Naive and stubborn, then the resistance is doomed. If a person as imposing as Fran is taking orders from her, then chances are this leader is even worse, Kupo. I would not be so certain, Montebleu. My guess is that the individual in question is still quite young and inexperienced, and that Lady Fran is trying to teach her how to be an effective leader through example. By allowing her to make her own mistakes, Fran is granting her the ability to learn and grow from them, an experience that will ultimately benefit her when the time comes to make a truly difficult decision. Now, I seem to recall reading that one of the many faces of the Resistance before being sent recent quelling, before the recent quelling was a young girl of royal blood. Do you suppose? You may cease with your baseless presumptions, defector. The door was open. And you would be? I would be here on the orders from the leader of Lente's Tears, against my better judgment, mind you. Greetings, Lady Fran. I presume I am Jorormus Sen Lexentale, principal of the Majestic Theatre Company. You and your colleagues are most welcome in the Prima Vista. What is it your leader would have of us? While you failed in meeting even a single one of our demands, she recognizes that you were sincere in your attempts to see them fulfilled, and for that effort, you are to be compensated. That is most generous. The ruins which you seek are hidden behind a waterfall here, a point roughly equidistant from the river's source and its delta. You have our thanks, Lady Fran. We will not forget this kindness. Father, I shall plot a course immediately. Ramzo, what is going on here? Alma, you should be in bed. I slept enough, brother. Tell me, who are our guests? It's a Vieira. You've never seen one of those before. It appears you once again prepare to leap into danger's maw. Keep your wits about you, Kali. Lady Friend is strong, but then again, so is Bungaman. If you'll excuse me. Are you mad? A trip to the surface in your condition? Listen to me, brother. The High Seraph beckons. She speaks to me through the Otius. The what? There is no need to worry. Makoto and I have already devised a plan. I can help clear our family name. The Charlene has no say in this. I am your father, and I insist you remain here on the airship. What would your mother say if I allowed aught to befall you? Now he's finally ready to act like a dad. Mother, this is what this is all about, isn't it? What it has always been about. You care not about Evelise or the Auron name. No, you only seek to use the Auracite to bring Mother back. But you haven't been able to do that. You still do not understand exactly how it is that the shards translate one's desires into reality. That is where I can help. I can ask the High Seraph. It is she who created the Aurosite. Ultima has bid me come to her place of imprisonment. If we free her, she will reveal to us unto the secrets of her creations. Do you hear what you are saying, Alma? Even if there was the slightest chance of bringing Mother back, we cannot risk your life in doing so. Your brother is right. We have sacrificed too much already. I cannot bear the thought of losing you, either of you. It is too late! I am so lonely, Father. Why must you love Ramza more than you do me? Do not be condoned by your daughter's words, for they are not her own. Help me. Alma! No, no! Gods forfend. I told you, no one can control the power with those shards. No one. Akali, here, take this. It might be the only thing that can save Alma, but we must hurry to the monastery. Come, we leave for Gomor Jungle, now. Yeah, she's here. I love Fran a lot. Hi, I'm good, Zath. It is nice to see you here. Yeah, there she is. Get out of the way, Moogle. Was the power I sensed beyond the rift, was that the High Seraph? But how are you? Have I your permission to depart, Akali? Every moment we tarry here, my sister, she... Oh no, we go 4 hours for Final Fantasy now because, God, we have so much to cover and so very little time. And we're gonna probably go over too. Of course, Ramza. Then hold on, I've the engine set to full speed. That is good to hear. Nice. Well, then you can come vibe with us for a bit. We're about to do one of my favorite dungeons in this game. Or one of my favorite raids in this game. Welcome to the land of my people. 'Twould be a poor lie if I said I did not miss it some. We are on patch 4.5. I was intending to finish up 4.55. She does look very good. Alma? No, it's okay. This is an imping zone. Ramza, help me. But this is the raid series, so there's no real spoilers here. Alma! Be gone! She just fell. She got shot out of that portal like an actual missile. Alma! Ramza! blood of the Invokers, fulfill thy ancient covenant, and grant unto me the vessel promised. Goodbye, Ramsay, you little shit. What just... Bagwhite to me. The girl is not well. Might I suggest we continue this back at the Prima Vista, Kupo? If I was Fran, I'd be like, well, here's the church. Goodbye now. Have you the courage to face true evil? What are you gawping at? The ship is this way. The OG Ramza. You can tell because of his stupid hair. I'm ready to do the dungeon now. Now Ramza's gone? Oh dearest Tia, what have I done? What have I done? Jormus is crestfallen at the thought he might never see his son again. See if there is aught you can do to put his mind at ease. We need to do something, but what recourse is left to us? The only means we had of protecting ourselves could not even prevent my son from... I'm sorry, Jormus. My design was flawed. Not necessarily, Charlian. We all saw how it succeeded in drawing Alma back from the rift and shattering the Otis. The loss of the boy is not yours to bear. Our focus here should not be on our failures, but what we have learned from them. The being beyond the rift, it spoke before claiming Ramza. It referred to you as the blood of the Invokers. Could it be your ancestors are responsible for Ultima's summoning? Most certainly not. I have discovered no such interference anywhere in the within the Durai papers. Besides, tales of the High Seraph existed far before even the earliest of the Evelisen legends. Then who exactly did summon Ultima, and why does she think them your kin? Look! I have a bad feeling about this, Kupo. Ramza dead. You lie about as well as you carry yourself in battle, Oran. I did not say he was dead, my Lord Deltia, merely that he has abandoned his mortal vessel, entrusting his ethereal soul to the Orosite. But why would he do such a thing? Peace has finally come to Ivalice. There is naught to be had from further sacrifice. The kingdom is won, and this victory is as much his as it is mine. Here is life and limb to shield me from the dark that would have seen me perish. Without him, I would not be standing here before you. It is my duty, both king and colleague, to see him saved. Knights, to me! We ride for Orban. My lord, wait! Adjura Gladibus, first of the Zodiac Braves, was not the hero the church would have you believe. He betrayed Mother Heidelin for the promise of coin and power, summoning forth a terrible evil from the depths of the celestial abyss. It was believed only of the lands chosen, only a warrior of light might stand against this threat. Yet while victorious in battle, Ramza was unable to see the darkness vanquished. If failure was all that awaited our warrior of light, then what chance do you presume to have any other might stand? Are you saying I should do nothing, then? No, my lord, Ramza is. My brother's final wish before he surrendered to the Aether was that his name be struck from the annals of history. Alma, you're unhurt, but I was led to believe that none but Auron returned from Orban. What is it you speak of your brother's wishes? When it became apparent we were powerless to truly defeat the High Seraph, we chose the only path left to us, to do what Hydaelyn herself did countless centuries past, imprison Ultima. And as you are aware, my lord, a prison is only as strong as the seal on its gates. Ramza sacrificed his body to ensure that the Angel of Blood would never again walk the land, and he believed that if people knew of his sacrifice, it would only inspire them to seek out the Holy Stones and repeat the mistakes of those who came before. If you truly avouch yourself his friend, then you will honor this, his final plea. No, Ramza should not be forgotten. He should be raised up as the hero for his deeds and claim his rightful place at my side. Only he might be my knight gallant. He is gone, my lord. Before Ramza was your friend, before he was my brother, he was a warrior of light. He did what he did for Hydaelyn, and for those who would one day too heed the crystal's call. Claim the throne, my friend. Become the ruler of Ivalice and restore peace to this war-torn realm once and for all. Wait, Ramza! Don't leave me, please! I beg of you! You will make a fine king, Deltia. See that you do not stray from that path. Ramza! The stones in these two necklaces. You are certain they will guide the heroes of a new era to Ramza. 'Tis what Ramza wished, my lord. Orin, I do not believe I can bear another farewell this day. Will you not reconsider my offer to remain as a member of my court? It is but a matter of time before the Cardinal's Temple Knights grow wise to my past. I would not have my presence here implicate you as well. Thank you for the sippy. I don't have any sippies. I will get them in a second. Ramza beseeched me strike his name from history, but like you, my lord, I could not bear the thought of future generations blind to the truth. As such, I penned this chronicle of the hero's journey. No, I'll grab it as we wait in queue for the dungeon we're about to do. I fear the world, however, is not yet ready for the gospel contained within these pages, nor would the church ever allow its circulation, in fact. I believe they will confiscate every existing copy and lock them away in their library. And what better way for words to remain forever preserved than in one of the most highly guarded vaults in all the realm? Then one day, when the church has fallen out of favor, the chronicle will be discovered and truth shall prevail. I must admit the plan is intriguing, Oron, but once the church learns it was you who penned the chronicle, your life. She's Purgante. Purgante. Which is weird, because she's a child mom. It's very, it's just not good. They tried, though. A golly! 'Twas the echo, wasn't it? Let me regale you all that I saw. The removal of Ramza's name from the history books, the Durai papers, the pendants, it was all set in motion by Oron himself. And if the Liberator's visions are to be taken as fact, it also appears we now know what the High Seraph meant by the blood of my invoker. She was not speaking of ancestors in the sense of actual kin, but the line of those chosen by Heidelin to serve as her warriors of light. But then why abduct Ramza, or even Alma, unless there is something you haven't been telling us? She was using us to lure Akali. It is her vessel the High Seraph desires. Matron's teats! Alma, how long have you been awake? I have been a fool. I told our leader that it didn't matter if our request for aid was refused, for I had an alternative ploy. General? It's all right, Bagwai. My intention was to claim one of those Orosites in the name of the Resistance, and use its power to lay waste to the Garlean occupants. Only now do I realize how flawed my ambitions were. You mean this whole time you were planning to play us for fools? Why didn't we see it earlier? Never trust a woman with ears longer than mine, I always say. How do you feel about that comment, Q? You've every right to be... What?
Racism.
You've every right to be angry, and I apologize for misleading you. But believe me, I no longer have any desire to deceive you and yours. I shall see you to the Orban Monastery, and ask not in return, but that you let me join you on your rescue of Ramza. Do not misunderstand me. I do not do this for any one of you. I do it for my people in both Golmor and Rabanaster. People who may die if his High Seraph is allowed to return to power. God, finally. Alright. Let me know when you are good. I will queue for this. I will grab my sippy. We will not have time for anything else after this, though. The lead up to this took forever.
It did. The last cutscene, I was falling asleep.
Oh no! Yeah. Alright, are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. I will queue us, I will grab my drink, and we should be good.
Oh.
Oh no!
It's okay, you have 40 seconds.
I have 40 whole seconds. Okay. Sit back down. Oh no, this is the Grelmont Dark. Oh shit. I forgot to clear it. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
We're gonna take a small penalty, but it doesn't mean anything. Yeah, I forgot to clear it.
Doodle.
That was a big whoopsie doodle. Yeah, that unfortunately took forever. So what we'll have to do on Saturday then is it really cuts into class quest time, but that's okay. I'll just go over on Saturday then if I need to. But we'll do the last the last 8-man trial. We'll finish up 5.5. I will do Hildebrand. And then I will do the rest of my class quests. So that we can still do... Because I have all of Dragoon done. I'm trying... I really want Dark Knight to be at 70 by the time we start. Next Saturday will be Hildebrand. But I don't think Red Mage will be up in time. Which is a shame because I need a caster up before Shadowbringers. Or before we get too deep into Shadowbringers. We're good there, good there. I should have Dark Knight up. I should, Red Mage will be pretty close if nothing else. But there's a lot of quests to do. And that'll get us all tidied up for Shadowbringers. I really wanted to get a picture commissioned of, before I started Shadowbringers, of, Akali, and, because our villain is, Soulless, that's not a spoiler, because he's on the cover art for Shadowbringers, of, the Soulless Ascian, Garlemald Emperor. He hasn't told us his real name yet, so I have to, like, dance around it constantly. I wanted him to have a big dramatic pose. But I don't think I have time to get that done. But I wanted it to be cute for Shadowbringers. Maybe I'll get something done for the moon expansion. Especially because we got a giveaway to go with it. Please, Q. Please.
What?
Hmm?
Oh. Sorry.
What did you say?
You're like, please, Q. Please.
Oh.
What do
no, I
you
meant
want from me?
the game Q. It's not all
So
about
when
you.
you were like, huh? I'm like, oh, she's not talking to me.
Oh, come
I'm not the Q she's talking about.
I'm gonna go break into the egg house. Live on stream.
What?
It's true. New one about. They got new neighbors recently. the neighbor that lived here before, his name was Chicken Nuggets, and we loved him very much. But then his house got deleted. But it's this cute little like very tiny FC. There's like 4 people in it. Have you guys decorated the inside of your house yet? Alright, goodbye Zath. It was very nice to see you. And you take care of yourself. Ooh, they put down a very ugly carpet. And some very ugly walls. What is, oh no, this is the near stuff. This is the rusty walls and floor.
It's still ugly.
It depends on what they do with it.
That's true.
Oh yeah, it's the near. They might make this like the factory. 'Cause there's a chandelier here. That's the this is all like based on the near stuff from the first dungeon. Yeah, they might make it near-y. That would be cool. I was like, I've never seen this carpet before. Well, that's because it's a metal carpet. At least they're doing something with this house. These people have a large, and they have done nothing with it. They don't even pick the flowers that they grow here. Oh, they just
What's the point of having them?
I know. Yeah. There's nothing in this house. It's really, really upsetting. I think they use it to take screenshots. Because they have a backdrop here with lighting. Yeah, I think it's being used for screenshot purposes only. But it's so sad because, like, large houses are super rare. So, like, yeah, I don't get it if you're not gonna use it. I think I've showed off the egg house before. I decorated it. I decorated some of the inside. I know they've changed a little bit of it. Boing. Boing. I didn't do this, though. They floated the Namazu, so the hands hold them. That's just so genuinely upsetting. I think the upstairs remains virtually unchanged. Yeah. It's super cute up here. Wish there was more things to put on the wall when I was doing stuff. Oh yeah. I snuck a picture of Garleans in here. They're right up there. Ah, beans. The basement. Oh, the legendary piano that I floated. Everyone makes fun of me for this piano. Oh, they did the kitchen, though. I didn't do this. This fucking Nier song is playing. Goodbye monetization on this video. Every Nier video on YouTube is like, this can no longer be monetized.
But your panties.
My panties. I can't monetize on YouTube yet anyway. You need like 10,000 views and 1,000 subscribers, I think.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's much harder on YouTube to get monetized. But,
so many.
Alright, you will want to have your tank stance on, which you already do.
It doesn't say what party we're in.
Well, it will in a second.
Oh.
You're in C.
There we go.
And that will be important. So SC, we are always going to be towards the right side for ads and whatnot. Look away from the birds. You're good. So I did this day of release. And it was by far the hardest raid experience, day one experience I've ever had. And the first time we did it, we ran out of time to beat the third boss. And let me start that by saying you have 120 minutes to finish this alliance raid. We ran out of time on the third boss. And there was still a whole other boss to go. We just ran out of time and it instantly ends the dungeon and says you failed. The second time we did it, we beat the third boss with 3 minutes to spare.
Oh my god.
Which means that there was not enough time to beat the final boss. So we had to abandon it. The third time I ran it, because I still hadn't beat it yet, we beat the final boss with 1 minute and 30 seconds to spare. It was an absolute nightmare trying to get this clear.
My name is Mustadio Bonanza. No God saves me.
Okay, here we go. You are not main tanking, so you should stay behind here. And what you want to do is you want to be behind. You want to be at his back, between his two wings, as much as possible. So the reason why you want to do this is because he does a giant room-wide cleave. And the first time you will be safe behind his back. And then once he does it, you can move slightly over. Because now he will cleave the left side. Make sense?
Yeah.
I don't know how you deal with that if you're a main tank. I simply don't know. Alright, so these tethers, do you see they're connected to the constructs? You want to be in a path where they're not firing. See down the lines? If you get a target mark, move away with it, because the things will follow you and eventually stop. So try not to run them over people. But you have melee issues. But you don't want to make life difficult for the main tank, as you know.
You shall promise. The promise won't save you from what comes next.
Alright, so he's over there. Now this is going to sound counterintuitive, but you need to show him the opening of your bullet hole. So show, he's yeah, let's make sure that it's facing him. Because if you don't, he kills you.
Oh.
Yep.
Neat.
When I first did it, we were all like, oh, obviously don't show him the opening of your bullet hole. Oh, everybody died. Don't stamp on those bombs. Oh no, I wasn't in the right spot. And now I'm gonna get slapped to hell. I think I should be okay over here. Oh, he doesn't do it a second. Oh, someone hit the bomb. Okay, so these these ones, they take up tiles on the floor kind of around them. So that whole half of the map is no good.
I'm just kind of following everyone.
What's this?
AoE circles, just move them out. Oh no. He keeps getting turned in bad ways. Okay, so this bottom half of the map is no good. We want to be right here in this square is pretty good. If you can figure out the melee one, go for it. But, usually, hopefully, they just bring the boss over here. AoE circles again. Do not step on me. So he's gonna do it again. You can see the one half of the map is no good.
You're making this too easy.
AoEs. So he's not gonna do the whole cutscene again, so we've got...
Kinda gotta find where he is.
Yeah, I see him.
Oh, that man's about to die. That samurai. Yup.
The same 3 people died again. And then he's gonna do an AoE immediately, because he's an asshole like that. Okay, stay behind his wings, because he's gonna do the leg sweeps again. Not before doing bombs, I guess. There it goes, left hand gun. Now we're gonna move right back to where we were. So move up. And this corner is good.
You have proven yourself deserving of the title. So they are brave.
Nicely done, Miss Q.
This my journey can,
Woo.
at long last, come to an end.
Good luck on the loot. If you are of the ranged physical class, Balthier's whole outfit is the items here for that class. You just get his whole outfit. For the rest of us, though, you got a Final Fantasy Tactics character. I actually don't think the healer or the caster have a special character outfit. You actually get her outfit, this boss we're about to do, not her regular person form.
Youth guides your fate, but have you the faith to fulfill his legacy?
Is it her outfit? Kind of. Yeah, it is actually kind of like that. A simplified version. Agrius. Okay. She has a special mechanic here where you can use a sword or a shield based on the pad you step on and on the circumstance. So she's gonna make these little glowing pads towards the front and towards the back. You're gonna want to step on that for just a second.
To the current of life we succumb. Its judgment swift and final. Its bite as cold as
she's
steel.
casting, you're gonna press that shield button. So press it now, and you are protected from that attack. Do not stand in front of her. Well, for you it's okay, but she cleaves very, very hard. So we have to be extra mindful of where our main tank is, or this one will kill the entire raid. Yeah, that will kill. Watch out for AoE circles.
The hearts of men are black with corruption and must needs be cleansed.
We are about to be taken to baby jail.
Baby jail.
So what you're gonna want to do in here is you want to grab one of these swords, but If a ghost has a special orange on top of him, we kill him with a sword. If they don't, then we have to kill with regular attacks before they get into this pit. Because every time they get in, we take a lot of damage and a vuln stack. So the orange shields, we kill those with the swords instantly. Now we have ones that do not get killed with swords, so we have to make sure we take care of those as well. Oh, regular. Oh, I'm so stressed about our group. Oh god. We might die in here. 3 vuln stacks, as many vuln stacks. Oh. We did very bad, but we did not die. But we get to have 4 vuln stacks forever, so we might die to something.
Love it.
We might die to an AoE. I'm gonna put a shield down. Okay, so your ad... Oh no, we have this first. I'm gonna accept shield quick. Yeah. That sounds about right. There's a lot of new people in our alliance, but we should be okay.
The dreams of men are fleeting.
Okay,
yet they
so
must be embraced
you
if
are
they
Alliance
to
C.
flourish.
If you want to
Have
rescue
the
you
faith to
over
do as
here
much?
to help you. This is our sword ad that you need to fight and tank. I know you have 5 vuln stacks. Just do your best. I'll keep you safe. Provoke him if you need to, and make sure your tank stance is on.
Tank stance is on. Oh.
Oh shit! We need to shield. Yep. Just keep doing your best.
I done died.
I know, she was trying to res me. She should have been healing you, though. Alright, I'll get you. Ours is dead, so we're okay. We might wipe, though. Oh, it's gonna be very close. Ooh. 96. Okay. I'm gonna heal you, because we're about to take a lot of fucking damage. Okay. That was the hardest part. It should be clear sailing from here. Make sure to grab a shield.
Ruination has come!
A Kalmar by co-healer will do. She's really doing the Lord's work. Ooh, I was not paying attention to where that woman was faced.
On guard!
So this time someone else goes to baby jail, and 2 things will happen to us. We will either be trapped in a different... Grab a sword, by the way. We will either be trapped in ice, or we will have to rest... Okay, so now we see the players, and we use our swords, and we break them free. If we don't, they die.
Like death, and death alone!
There we go. Now stay out of the AoEs. Everybody's free. Very nice. Watch out for where she's facing. Okay, this. Now we're gonna want to run out. These were placed kind of weird. Ouch, ouch.
cleansing light shall be your guide.
Ooh-wee.
Well fought, champion. I leave you now to your quest. My Ovelia awaits.
Ooh. That was very stressful.
Good job, team.
Yeah, it was a good job. Oh, we missed our treasure chests. Oh, we got it. Okay. Nothing for me. Yeah, good job with your ad. It was just a shame you had 7 foam stacks. Because no one did the ghost part right. We have, including you and technically me in quotation marks, I think there's only 2 people that aren't new in our particular alliance.
Oh my.
Yeah.
You'd think the game would have, you know, worked that out better.
No, when I'm playing as like a new character, quote unquote, I always get put in like baby like raids and stuff. You're supposed to, when you have the sprout, you are supposed to be put in one with like a mentor. So sometimes when I do mentor stuff, like the first time I think I took, I can't remember who it was, but I took them through here the first time, and it was literally like doing Orban Monastery for the first time again, considering how things went. I was like, holy shit. Because I was one mentor meant to guide an entire group of babies. I was like, oh. So we walk on these to make sure that they all get chained up, that enough people are in them. 3 dots means 3 people need to be in them. Just like that one dungeon that I think you did with me, question mark?
Yeah, it seems familiar to me.
Rude. Rude again. These are these are pads for 4. Nicely done. So this man that we're approaching is the Raid Viper. This is the man.
The man, the myth, the legend.
Okay, so we're Alliance D, so we want to go this way.
Or perhaps you serve another.
Ideally, we want to stand. These 2 circles belong to us, but we want to stand here.
Your journey ends here.
So here we go. You have to watch out because this is very alliance heavy. People need to know what they're doing, and they usually don't. Put this down first. We all get dropped to 1 HP. Well, if we don't get you back up, you die. Our one samurai is not with us, so they are simply going to die. Get out of the pets where his sword is. You need to be in this other one. He does that. So now we move back to the center. This is out. Get back to the back of the circle. That's okay. Someone needs to take that back. Yo, go back in that circle. Good job. That's what you do with it. Now get out. There you go. Excellent. You bring them. You either bring them back in that circle or the one next to us. That's where we put them. Okay. I'm surprised you got it. You're the tank. Okay, so now we move to the left. To the left, to the left. He's very visual heavy. Now we scoot back to the middle. Now we go in. In.
Judgment swift and final.
In.
Fight as cold as steel.
Good job.
To live by the sword.
Now 3 people per pad. This is gonna be tough because we're counting. Okay, so 2 people need to come with me. There you go. Good job, Q. Good job. I was like, between me and this other white mage and you, we'll save it. We'll be able to do it.
Endless is the path.
Okay, so whoever has that needs to run out, or they're gonna kill us all, which is happening right now. Be mindful of where they are, because they are assassinating our alliance. Okay, good. Back to this little safe spot here. Ooh. You are gonna have an ad. Grab him immediately. Once you can. And tank him against the wall. Good job. That person needs to stay there. Yeah, good. Thank God it was the white mage. Okay, so now we go into the safe spot. The moment it pops, we're gonna move. Now move and stack. Oh, I got beamed. Someone on the other alliance put theirs in a weird place and got us hurt. Or got me hurt, but I might have also not moved quick enough. Okay, that one's a little awkward, but that's okay. And that... Oh, you take that, oh, so it doesn't hurt a bunch of people? So... I guess about to. Good job. There we go. Just stand in the middle, under protections and heals and shields.
Oh. I was going to fight him.
No, he's all done now.
And now the scales will tell.
He didn't even do half my health.
Alright, so now we go back here. Yep, excellent work. It's a lot of the same mechanics. Some are stacked on top of each other, a couple new ones.
Come, show me more.
Okay, so we move to the left.
A piteous display.
This is back. Back.
Were you expecting a modicum of
Someone
rust?
with the dot. Oh god.
Oh, bitch.
Yeah, it's okay. They moved
Defense is
eventually.
quite impenetrable.
Oh, you have a very bad bone stack. I'll get that for you. Oh!
Ouchie.
That was, we got all
Is not so
in.
easily
We got freaked out because of the almost assassination attempts. So you were weak from... It technically wasn't cleared fast enough. So what he's doing, and it probably won't affect us, is he's putting 3 swords in an alliance's whole business. So we're good where we are. We can continue to DPS. The other alliance is running towards us because their entire platforms are being befuckled.
Oh my.
But they'll go back. This again. Everybody gets up to the full health. I need to actually start using
Even
Tier
the
3.
strongest of shields cannot defend the weakest of wills. A moment's hesitation beckons a lifetime of
Oh, tether. I'll take that. You will die if you take this tether.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not for you. Someone else needs to take it. Make sure, yeah, stay away from it. If it looks like they're gonna try and give it to you, don't let them do it. You can only take the tether.
Take it, so I just kind of tried to stay away from them.
Only one. You can only take it once, and that's why people died, because they got the vulnerability up and then got hit again and instantly died. Oh, good. I'm glad they did that. I was worried. So now we're gonna stay here. After these bubbles resolve, we'll have pads of 3 again. Watch where everyone's going. I'm trying. I got you. Whew. Okay, pads of 3 again. Watch where everyone else goes for a second, and then we can... Yeah. Nice. I think we're good. Yes, we are good. So if 3 people weren't in this, it was a wipe. Back in the day. We need to go where the icicle is. This way, Q.
I went to a different one.
No, you gotta go to this one. You have time. There's no icicle there for you to destroy, and we need to DPS it.
Ooh. I showed up eventually.
Thank you.
Come, show me more.
This to the left?
A piteous display.
Back. Just don't learn, man.
I mean, I also don't know what he's doing. I just listen to what you say.
It's a visual tell. Depending on what he's doing with his swords is how you know what attack he's going to do.
You will find my defenses quite impenetrable.
Oh, that was a very bad thing that happened to you. Good thing the fight is over. Oh, my healer. It's been the same 2 classes this entire thing. Physical damage only. DPS physical damage only.
Is it sanctum you seek, my wayward children? Or perhaps you are come in search of power? That which lies at your feet, that blessed bauble can grant you both. You need but will it so. Now, take up your salvation and be gone. Mortal agency in matters divine shall not be suffered.